One of you with the permissions could go to the Prussian team and assign the players to the channels. The Prussians are allowed to coordinate and come up with a plan together if they want to. And
Sure.
I will go...
Do you want me to take care of that?
Yes, please. And I will go down to the Habsburgs and take care of that.
Okay, cheers.
All right, everybody. So I will now give you access to your player channels. However, the scenario does not allow for you to talk about what you are reading in your briefing or what you are seeing in the modules that are linked for you in the player channels. And I think I will put Amentus and Sam as player 1 and 2.
Yeah, where is the mod?
That will be in your player channel in a second. Two will be Sam, because Sam likes cavalry. And then let me just go down Crusader. So again, until the game starts, you're allowed to talk, but please do not talk about the game or your deployment.
So,
Okay.
how's your wife?
This is just a special condition for this scenario. So, who is the last one? Theo, you shall have
The last but not the least.
That's right. You shall have a channel as well, Theo.
I have the privileges of having a channel.
That's right. So please, everybody should now have access to a text channel with a briefing and a link to a module for Tabletop Simulator. Is there anyone who has no access to Tabletop Simulator?
Yes, I don't have it. It's my first game, incidentally.
Yeah. No worries. I will just...
But yeah, I read that it's not absolutely necessary.
Yeah, that's
for
absolutely
players.
true. I will post a link to the map in your channel. There you have it. All right, we will be back soon. Okay. How's it going? Is here anybody without Tabletop Simulator who would need a link to the map? Apparently not. Okay, that's great. And other than that, does everybody have access to a text channel? Any questions regarding the briefing?
Not yet.
No access or no questions?
No questions.
Carol and June is having some problems with the mic.
Okay.
You're showing as muted on our side, Carol and June. So that may or may not be the... I mean, it looks like you're muted on your side. There we are. So try speaking again.
No, we can't hear you.
Okay. I can give them all access to the blue discussion channel, so they can, if they don't already have that.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Now we'll quickly add the names.
Oh, the role's been cleaned up. I forget. I'll create the role again.
Yes, Bohemian Incursion, that's right. That is right.
Okay, so I've created a role called Blue Saturday. I'm just going to give it to all the players here, and it gives access to a text channel called Blue Discussion. So that's an extra place you can all talk together.
Okay, perfect. Blue Discussion.
Yeah, so what we need you to do now is, once you've taken a look at the briefing and the map, as a team you need to come up with a plan, what you want to do, and which of the mountain passes you want to use. Those that are indicated on the I think on the module as well, but also on the picture I sent you in the channels. And then each of you needs to decide on a order of march for your personal troops. So in which order, which troops in the front, and so on, so that we can set you up and then start the game. Okay, we give you about
So my first game here, there's no particular order of battle for my units to be positioned in. I decide. Is that the case?
You have in your player channel there is an order of battle of your formation. If you scroll up just a little bit.
But in answer to your question, in answer to what I think you're asking, no, you can march in whatever order you like. There's no specifics about how you have to bring your troops in.
That's true. You can now decide how you want to arrange them.
So essentially, who are the subordinate units if I play the CSA? We have what, 1, 2, 3, 4 players, I guess.
Okay, Jan Sniper says he doesn't have TTS, so could he please have a copy of the map?
Sure thing. And Ido, what was your question? Sorry.
So the question is, so I have the CSC, I have this 1, 2, 3, 4 regiments of musketeers, grenadier, artillery, and then this 4 additional units that I see also in the TTS module are the players, right? The other players that are with me, right?
Yes.
So who are exactly the players with me?
That would be Carolingian and Dogpilot.
Carolingian, Dogpilot. Okay, then KB, you are where?
In the west.
In the west. Which is the last player? Sniper.
Sniper is Sniper saying does he deploy
it's
anywhere?
Gonna be on the far northeast then.
Yes.
Sniper, if you can see a channel called Blue Discussion, that's a channel that a text channel that everyone on your side can see.
And Carolingian, which unit do you have? The one with the 9th Grenadier or the one with the 24th Grenadier? Carolingian.
Well, I have the one with the 24th.
You are Dogpilot 24th.
Yes.
Okay. Carolingian as the 9th Grenadier. And KB is on the far west.
Oh yeah, I position my men in a starting formation however I like within the blue circle, or is it in the current formation that they spawn in?
I think just you can tell us, like, you're going to be moving to a battle, so you can just tell us the order in which you want to march down the road.
Yeah.
So
So let's see. Amentus, if you want to give me an order of march already, that's appreciated, but you still have time to do that, of course.
I wanted to ask something. So, some of the pieces are bugged out with, yellow and black stripes, and I think this is a common issue, but I don't quite know what to do about it.
Marching formation. I cannot say where I want to come from in this room, because it should be private information. But put the musketeers up front and grenadiers at the back, and artillery at the very back.
Got it.
And myself at the very front of the column.
Roger that. So what was the issue with the pieces? They don't show the graphics or what?
Yeah, they didn't show it.
That is weird. Why is that?
Are we playing with the new pieces?
No, that should still be the same.
One in the game already.
Yeah, some of the awesome pieces, when in the original module, I had some awesome pieces that didn't load like this.
What happens if you copy paste them? Does it change anything?
Nope, still the same. The backside is just plain yellow.
Don't understand how this could even be possible, because it's an imported graphic file and the pieces are not colored as such.
Wait, question. Does the enemy come from the west? Yeah.
You don't know about any enemy.
Oh, I mean, does a group of random people from Prussia come from the west?
Why should they?
Oh, I thought... Oh, we're garrisoning. Oh.
You're just enjoying the nice weather here in Bohemia.
Trying to get familiar with the map and the locations of my allies.
Alright. Okay, I think the other team is still coordinating. Once they are done, we will then get rambling pretty quickly, hopefully.
They're allowed to coordinate.
Yes, unfortunately they are.
So, who's the commander?
I think I'm the highest commander.
Yeah.
I'm Field Marshal.
I'm just asking on who should I blame.
Or rather, who will have to report the whole thing back to Vienna.
There you go.
What it is?
Philo 50, hello. What ist? Don't understand that question.
Are we expecting more troops?
We don't know. Just read. You only have the information in your briefing. That's it.
So, Mantis, you haven't played in quite a while now, right?
Yeah, I had a lot to do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a student anymore. And finally I'm enjoying Kriegsspiel.
Yeah.
Hello. Can I ask who is commanding which regiments? Is that allowed? So at least I know where my allies are on the map.
Yes.
Okay, so...
I think even the briefing says so, but yes, you can ask.
Who is in Trosko? No responses, okay. Who has the 4th Hussars regiment?
Where's the 4th Hussars?
4th Hussars.
You are asking questions.
The 4 Hussars in Trosko. Top right, northeast. East.
Northeast, there. These are all forces under your command.
These are all forces under my command.
Yes.
Oh.
You are like the sector commander of this area.
Ah. Oh, I'm an idiot.
Basically. Okay, so I sent you a screenshot. That should be about the marching party we have. So we're gonna have KB on the far right flank. Carolingian in the center, together with the pilot on the other side. Sniper is gonna be our left flank, and I'm gonna be in the reserve just behind the pilot, essentially. Are we all clear about the marching order? Are there any questions? And Sniper, can you text in the blue discussion channel that you are on track with the planning? If you hear me. Carolingian, yeah, the most eastern one, yes. If you just follow the blue line I've marked on the screenshot.
I think KB, when I remember the briefing correctly, is not allowed to take that pass.
I cannot move.
What, I can't? Hold on, let me read it again.
He can either move directly to the south or further to the west.
Okay, he's not allowed to join our forces.
Exactly.
Okay, sorry. Then KB for you.
I will just advance south and then I'll end up somewhere near Vistritz. And from there I can head east if you wish.
Exactly, that would be the idea. So I would like to have ourselves to concentrate more or less in the eastern side of the map. So I don't want us to be too spread out and then fight everyone separately. I would like to concentrate around, how the hell is it? Kerwitz. And then I would say we start taking Kerwitz and then we evaluate the situation and we decide if to move to Aussig or to Toplitz, Töplitz. And I'm still missing Sniper. I have no idea if he can hear me, if he reads the messages. Did he type anything? Jan or Justin, did you ever have any contact with Sniper? Do you know if he's...
Yeah, he did write in his channel, yeah.
He was writing in his own channel. I'm just checking to see
okay.
if he can hear what you're saying.
He's alive.
I'm pointing to the Blue Discussion channel in case he hasn't followed the ping.
But ping him again.
Yes, and as Nick is pointing out in your channels, please now provide us with your order of march. Like, how do you want to arrange your column?
Okay, no, Sniper can't hear you. Because he's a max volume but can't hear what you're saying.
Okay. I'm gonna maybe just take a screenshot of his orders and then you can maybe send it to him in his channel. It doesn't look like he's following the Blue Discussion channel, so I don't know.
I can see he's in it. Hopefully I just asked him if he can see it, but...
Yeah, I mean, I pinged him twice and I asked him if...
Yeah, I know.
Okay, yeah, he's typing. Okay, perfect.
Cool. Great. Sniper, is my mic any better? Because I'm just... Usually the umpires will... If you can hear what I'm saying, usually the umpires will try and give you your briefing with voice, even if you're typing back. If you can't hear us, we can type, but it's faster if we can voice. Okay. No worries. We'll just have to type for yours. That's fine.
Okay, let me just make a quick...
That's right, Dog Pilot.
I need to write them, right? Or
Oh, yeah. Yes. You give us the order, and you give us your initial order. That way, you're going to. Yes. So we've got your order of march there, which is cool.
what is this card? Jigwitz? I can't read the town name. It's Jigwist.
They're awful.
Where is
just one last point before we're gonna start soon. Do not forget, let's say, horizontal communication. So provide to me any kind of important information, but also provide it to the nearby commander. So keep the guy next to you informed of what's going on. Okay?
I have a sneaking suspicion that part of why Jan likes gaming on this map so much is to teach us all German pronunciation.
Yes.
So, which orders are we still missing? Sniper. Let me see. There is one for Dog Pilot. Okay. Carolingian is writing right now. KB got that set up. Alright, so Sniper and Carolingian, please provide order of march for your column.
That's weird. My snip shortcut isn't cooperating today. I'll have to actually do it the old-fashioned way.
You need to get Green Shot. That's a much better piece of software than the snipping tool.
Green Shot, you say?
Yeah.
I will investigate.
That is Mieglitz, the name you were looking for. Dog Pilot.
Figure out the name of this pass either. It's like 2 pixels, so.
Which?
So, does somebody ask questions before we start?
Are we prohibited from talking to each other once we have started the Kriegsspiel?
Yeah, once the game starts, you will only be allowed to talk to those commanders you are co-located with. So,
how close is that?
As everybody of you is following a different mountain path, that will not be the case in the start.
But if I run into say, Dog Pilot's general, I can communicate with him.
Absolutely.
Yep, and we'll tell you that and probably put you in the same channel for you.
Yes, and you can of course send dispatches, so a message to the other players. Just put it into your player channel with the time when you send it and who you are, to who you want to send it, and the message, and we will then take care of that.
And they will arrive when they arrive.
Yes. At some point they will arrive.
Dispatch to Grucci. Please reinforce.
Please, KB.
I need those men.
Let's go.
Okay, seems we are only missing Sniper then.
And Sniper can't hear what we're saying.
Oh yeah.
I suspect.
The sniper has
We've already given the map. Yes, we have.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Assignment-wise, I will take care of 1 and 2 on both sides.
Okay, you take 1 and 2 on both sides, you said?
Yes.
No problem. I will add that in. I can take... I've been here long enough, so I can take 3 and 4 blue. Which leaves...
I think all of you can take care of 1 player on each team then. It should be 5 now. How many umpires are we now? Tunisgrad, Nick, Justin,
I see
Glazer.
5 of us there, yep.
Oh, then we can even have 1-1.
You don't need to do 4 people.
That's right. Okay. Then I just take player 1 on both teams.
Okay.
Sorry guys, sorry Jan, sorry Justin, I was not listening. Who is taking care, who should I look after?
I'll give you player 2, I'll take player 3 on both sides. So I'm dropping it into the umpire channel, in the umpire server. You'll see the note is being edited.
Okay. Where is it?
It definitely looks like some things are off. You know where the maps meet.
Yeah.
It's not even a straight line.
Yeah.
Portal jump.
Yeah, we'll have to talk with cartography.
Yeah.
Like, what is this map? I get that the font looks visually pleasing, but someone eventually has to read it.
Look, if we lose, we can blame it on the cartographers.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's all we were going to talk about. And the dispatch is back to Vienna. Like, yeah. I mean, look at these maps. I mean, how are we supposed to win?
Yeah, you said like a copy of the map.
Given they are mid-18th century, they are pretty clearly written. But yeah, I get your point. Okay, so we had a little bit of issues technical-wise with some of the other players, but we should be good to go in a few minutes here. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. So that would mean that we are going to split you up on your voice channels in a second.
Are you not gonna ask what our plan is?
A plan? What a plan?
Well, we don't need a plan. There's no battle coming. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, who would be so savage that attack us before campaign season? Like that is just unchivalrous and ungentlemanly.
I mean, you don't need much of a plan to just sit around and wait.
All right.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Just feast on all the supplies in the depots and wait for reinforcements from Vienna to start the campaign.
Yeah, wait for Loudon.
Yeah.
He's late again.
Currently, our biggest fear is that the hussars will deplete the Vine reserves before the rest of the army arrives.
Karansebesh flashbacks, except it didn't actually happen yet.
Oh no. Well, I think That way, okay.
Visible so you can see what's been said, but I'll lock it for read only.
So how is it going?
So yeah, I think blue's more or less ready, and when we get the first update goes out, I'll lock the blue discussion channel to be read only. Okay, so they can keep talking while we're setting things up.
Sure. The other team is of course ready. We could start immediately.
I think I need just another minute or so, just to get Sniper's forces where he wants them to be.
Yeah, I mean we are already 45 minutes in, so we need to get going here. Just assume an order of march then for him.
Okay, yeah, then we're fine.
All right.
Okay,
so
I'll head off the umpire channel.
Yes, please.
Okay. Sorry,
right.
Sniper was not being very forthcoming with his...
Yeah, I see that. Okay. So then we put all the Prussian columns in contact with the forces guarding the mountain passes, if there are any in the pass they want to use. See, up here there are none, but...
Sniper will
they will
run into the grins pretty early.
Yep. And we will be using, by the way, Otto's dice again. Put them down here next to the candles. Okay. I think I can then remove all the drawn lines, right?
Yeah, right. So no one's moving very far because two of the lines are immediately in contact. Yeah.
Yes. All right.
Let's do this little thing.
Let's start. Let's say it's 0700, and we give.
So for me, this is Dog. I can see Dog. You actually read on the piece. Thank you. That helps me find out where everyone is. Red 3 Crusader. Where is Crusader? I'll go check his channel.
Crusaders on the west.
Okay. Down in Toplets. Oh, you were currently in Toplets. Okay, yeah. Cool. Good. I know they are. Keep track of them.
All right then.
Given none of my people have any updates, do I just say you're advancing, everything's peaceful, basically?
Yes. If there is nothing, then you say that.
So with Sniper up here, can he see up on this hill? This.
Yes, certainly.
Okay, they can both see each other. Gotcha.
Yeah. So it's now your decision if you think the Grenzer want to intercept them here on the road, or if they just try to get out and alarm the other forces, or whatever they are doing. But for the report, they can see them. Yes.
Gotcha.
Using freeform snapping tool stuff or just square ones?
Let's use the free one because of the terrain.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
And max of 4, yeah.
So 0700.
Oh, 700 update?
Yes, please. So please everybody split up on your respective voice channels. Sam and Amentis can stay together in red 1. Alright, here we are.
Hey.
So it is 0700. You're passing through the mountain passes and closing in on Vorder Tellnitz. So far everything appears to be calm. You have made no contact with the enemy and you can give me your orders.
Okay, continue direction column, maintain the same formation.
To where do you want to go?
Column.
Column, yeah. Alright, got that.
Column, sorry. Yeah, so
yeah, no
just
worries, no problem.
go the left and south.
Okay. So. Ja, du kennst das Spiel ja schon, du bist noch unterwegs.
Ja, ich glaube, Sam hat es nicht verstanden, dass er zu mir gehört.
Ja, kann ich ja mal beide hier reinziehen. Genau, ihr könnt noch miteinander sprechen, das ist ja alles in Ordnung. Ihr seid ja noch unterwegs. Könnt euch dann zusammen mal überlegen, falls ihr das schon entscheiden wollt, halt nicht so sehr, welchen Eingang ihr nehmen wollt auf die Karte. Ihr könnt natürlich auch mehrere benutzen.
Ja, dafür brauche ich noch mal eine Info, wie weit können die Kuriere laufen in einer Runde, reiten?
Ungefähr 12 Squares weit.
12, okay,
12 bis 15 so, um den Dreh.
Ja, dann werde ich mich mal genau 15 und ja, okay, dann habe ich schon mal einen guten Ort, wo ich sein will. Ja, also falls du schon mal wissen willst, also ich habe vor bei Sochi einzusteigen und dann nach Modlan zu dem Depot zu gehen. Das ist nämlich 15 von Töplitz weg und 15 von Karwitz.
Klingt gut.
Und ich weiß gar nicht so sehr. Also ich denke, das ist eine gute Position. Ob ich dann meine Truppen, die kann ich auch einfach delegieren irgendwo hin, ne? Und dann irgendjemand anderen unterstellen.
Das könntest du ruhig durchaus tun, ja klar.
Ja, also ich glaube nämlich, dass dieses Szenario halt sehr durch die Kommunikationsprobleme der Österreicher getrieben ist. Und wenn ich mich da in der Mitte irgendwo hinstelle und mal die großen 2 Depots miteinander vernetze, kann ich vielleicht auch besser koordinieren. Das will ich mal ausprobieren.
Ich sag mal, du könntest theoretisch auch schon eine Nachricht schicken, ne, an die anderen. Dass ihr unterwegs seid oder irgend sowas.
Okay, achso, die wird dann schon ankommen, ja.
Die würde dann irgendwann ankommen, ja.
Kann ja schon mal vor unserer Infanteriekolonne, kann ja schon mal der Boot. Ja gut,
alles
dann
klar.
mach ich das.
Alright, so everybody's giving out reports to the players.
All good?
Yeah, on my end it is.
Okay, and I will continue to move these guys down. So we're saying about 3 or 4 down these roads?
4 on the roads, yes.
Okay.
It's again interesting to see that everybody has their artillery in the rear and not the grenadiers in front while moving through the passes and all that stuff.
Jan?
Yes.
Did you talk with the Austrian Sam and
yes.
Where they are going to enter on the map?
So Amentis has decided for now that he wants to come up at Sushi.
Okay.
And then move to Modlan, but that will take some time.
Yeah, and Sam, do you know?
Sam hasn't decided yet.
Okay, I will ask him.
Yes, I mean they still have a few turns to decide, so.
He continues the attack.
Yes. Charge.
What's that line from the movie? Wherever they go, there you must go also. Find them wherever they may hide, hunt them down.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
How do the Austrian how do the Austrian commanders, the garrison commanders, deal with having nothing to do?
Oh, mine, Crusader, I give him bonus points for it. He said, basically, in the absence of any outside orders, I'm going to continue my breakfast. Yeah. And I said, excellent choice, sir.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Theo said the Grenadiers, or the Hussars, are free to do whatever they want. So they are going home to their wives.
That's dangerous.
Well, so they're going home to someone's wives anyway.
Well, yeah.
So I think that there's been contact here. I think Dogpart will see Theo's horsemen over here.
Yes.
And possibly will see, well, I don't think he will see the infantry on this hill because it's wooded.
Yeah, they're leaving anyway, so...
Okay.
What?
I was going to say, the infantry on the hill will see them coming.
No.
Although I guess it'll take a turn for the orders to get there, so...
They are giving up the best defensible ground on this whole map.
Well, will they leave if they see the enemy coming, or will they send orders saying, "Hey, we see the enemy coming"?
I mean, they'd probably start moving next turn since they're fairly far away.
Yeah.
From...
Yes.
Yeah, the orders would arrive, and they would see as far up as here that at least a shadow coming down the valley.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I
guess it would be up to that commander of that regiment.
Yes, regimental commander.
No.
Do you want to roll for it, or?
Yes, we can. We can roll for that. Yes.
It would be next turn anyway. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
These guys have been ordered to move as
nothing
well.
Else. But... We might also have couriers crossing each other. Like they may make an update for we see the enemy coming, and then they get a response to the orders they've sent.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Theo will get. These guys have been moving down the valley. I think Theo this turn, like in this turn now, will hear about the, Prussian troops coming out of this pass up here. So that's a good 3 grid space back.
Yeah,
so
he's pretty far off though.
Okay.
Hussars are they 6 grids? Is that right?
The Hussars 6, yeah, that's all right.
And couriers are 12, I think. Is that right?
Yeah, about 12 to 15, I would say.
Okay.
Something like that.
So a delay then.
And I'll delay them because it would take some time for them.
Crusader. Oh yes, Crusader said here. See, there's a courier message going on over here. So I see KB is Nick's in the channel. KB is encountering these Hussars here.
Yes, they're just order them to charge, basically. They're Hussars to charge them.
Yep, I think these Hussars would try and charge to force these guys to deploy.
Is this a village, or is that just the...
That's, yeah, sort of a village. No defenses there.
So, Nick, shall we do the mini Hussar battle?
Sorry, which battle?
Over here. In the west.
Okay, but I am not in charge of this, of KB.
KB, okay. Who's Blazer? Sorry. I saw a little blue line and I thought that was Nick.
Oh, what's that?
I'm not incredibly familiar with these guys.
So they both rout?
They right?
So these guys...
Is the result
they rout,
applied
so
to the unit or to the...
So why did...
So this result of the Prussians applies to the defender. So they are going to...
And this would only apply if these guys had advantage.
If the enemy had advantage, have they? I would say yes, because they are massed.
There's 2 of them.
Yes.
So.
Okay, so yeah, I think they both, and also these guys were deployed, and these guys are just coming out of column. So yeah, they run into each other. They both fall back.
Yep. So just go home.
Which is fair. All they're trying to do is slow them down. So mission accomplished.
Yes, and they will then send out a message, of course, to Tüdlitz.
Yeah, and I think that in the absence of any orders from Crusader, that will cause these Hussars to converge at the Tisha crossroads, just to form up into one body.
Yes.
If they don't get orders from something.
What's Carolingian ordered here?
Well, Carolingian at the moment is not taking any decision, so I think this turn he will just move to his forward unit, and the other part of his column will stay where it is. I mean.
Okay.
Okay, let me get a courier message. Where are these courier tokens again? Is this 8-8 your courier token?
Yeah, you can use it as a courier token, of course.
Could you promote me so I can clone it?
Yes, you can. Should also be used as an order token, but I haven't had the time to come up with the card deck I want to use for that.
Could you promote me so I can clone it?
Oh, sorry. Yes, absolutely. I will promote all of you, of course.
Oh, there's also a literal bag of them over here, which is helpful.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Is there anything else we need to resolve?
I don't think so. What are the states of the courier token? Is that important?
No, as I said, that is I have something in mind to use for order delay, but the system is not in place.
No problem.
Okay. So you decided the grants fell back here, right? Okay. Yeah, sounds reasonable. I guess they will probably, with the whole regiment assembled here, they will probably try to delay the enemy. Good.
Okay.
Then let us continue with 715.
Okay.
Do you have to take note of the turn, for the entry of Sam and Armentis?
Yeah, I'm taking care of that.
Okay.
Okay, so can we erase the lines so we can take screenshots?
Erase the lines.
Cool.
Every 15-minute turns, right?
Yes. 0715.
These Austrian Grenzers are going to run straight into Ito's line here.
Yeah, I don't know. Do they run? They have their whole regiment now assembled and they have the favorable ground here against the cavalry, at least. I think they would.
Theo said that all of his units would have had standing orders to go to this hill.
Oh, that's interesting.
So,
and
except the Hussars, which get to do whatever they want.
And is he moving himself up there with his forces?
Yes.
Okay.
But that is once he hears of the reports. I assume that's
okay.
Yeah, quite a ways.
Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, there are these small roads. Maybe once they see them, they try to avoid contact.
That's true. Okay, yeah, I didn't see those.
Okay, then please give out reports. Alright, here I am again, 715. You are marching your column through Fort Telnitz, and can you actually see something? No, I don't think so. In this direction, no. So again, everything is calm for now.
Sorry, say again? Because I switched to my phone, I'm not sure if I can hear you. Say again?
No worries. So you marched your force...
I hear you.
Yeah, okay. You marched your force through Fort Telnitz, and still everything is calm around you. You don't hear anything from your other columns. And I guess you continue your march along the main road to Kolm then.
That's exactly the idea, yes. I do not hear musket fire, artillery fire, any kind of sound.
Nothing.
Okay, perfect then. I stick with the orders.
Very well, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So, es ist 7:15 Uhr, ihr seid immer noch unterwegs und ich sehe, Sam hat sich entschieden, hier drüben aufzukommen. Okay. Sehr gut.
Wirst du mir erst vielleicht noch sagen, wo das ist, Sam?
Also ich sehe es nicht.
Timmels.
Okay, ich komme ja bei Suchi und werde in Modlan das Lager aufschlagen.
Okay, ich werde dann höchstwahrscheinlich nach Kabels weiterziehen.
Ja. Du kannst ja immer wieder Boten nach Modlan schicken.
Oh, würde ich machen.
Sehr gut. Was war jetzt noch, Jan? Wir sind wie lange noch unterwegs?
Ihr seid jetzt noch mindestens eine Runde unterwegs. Also bis 7:30 Uhr habt ihr die Chance schon drauf zu kommen, aber ansonsten um 7:45 Uhr.
Okay. Dann schreibe ich kurz noch eine Nachricht. Und dann war's das.
Perfekto. Alright, Mentis is sending a message to all commanders on the field. And that one will arrive. 1, 2. How far are they? That's 3 turns to here. 3 to there. 4 to there.
Should I roll if these guys retreat from the hills with the Prussians approaching?
Yes, absolutely. Let me see. Let's grab a d6 for that.
I've got one here.
Cool.
I'll say even they retreat. Odd they don't. It's odd, so they stay there.
They stay there. I think that's the right decision for them to make.
And I guess I should roll for these ones as well. Although they're engaged, so they probably can retreat if they wanted to. But
Yes.
Vader is continuing his breakfast simulator.
Well, what sort of units are these dragoons? Okay.
So yeah, Carolingian dragoons are skirmishing with the Grancer.
Okay.
The Granders have got orders to retreat to Preston. Do you think they would, or?
I think they are in a very superior position, ground-wise and numbers-wise, against the dragoons. So I think the unit commander would try to delay the enemy there, pretty much.
Okay.
So, hit only applies in bad terrain. The dragoons are in bad terrain, so that would be a hit on them. Grab that disruption marker. And
remind me how you
result.
do regrouping. Like if they're routed and they're sitting there, how long do you give them to recover?
If they are routed, I would say 2 turns.
Okay. As long as they actually have safety to sit in and recover in.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay.
So
these guys move down here this turn, so that block will try and sit there for 2 turns.
Mm-hmm. So regarding these Grenzers then, I mean, if they have the orders.
Which Grenzers, sorry?
These
ones.
Loggies up here. I would roll again, I would say. I mean, they are in such a superior position there. Unless they are attacked by Grenadiers or whatever.
Yeah, Grenadier are moving along the cavalry columns, so I gave them a penalty regarding the movement.
Perfect.
Because it's more difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Their dog was quite alarmed by the cavalry at the post house, so he's basically stopped his column and is deploying against them.
All right. And Theo's units, they only have orders to move to the hill once they make contact with anybody, or?
Once they receive any word that the enemy is invading, they are to get to the hill. So, with the exception of the Hussars. So, like, these guys, I think next turn they'll know, and then, of course, his headquarters will know.
Mm-hmm. Perfect.
Now, I'll admit, when in this situation, the Hussars, given their own initiative, what would they...
Screen and delay.
By getting out in front of the force?
Yeah, they just try to keep an eye on the enemy and harass and delay them.
Gotcha.
That's what they are made for.
Can we send the next turn screenshot or?
There's still some movement here, I believe.
Okay.
Or is everybody done now?
I'm done.
I'm done.
Okay, cool. Then let's give the next reports. Let me advance the clock and roll for the Austrian reinforcements. Okay, main column enters. Both do actually enter the map.
Wow.
So that also means the couriers are on the way.
Okay, I'll go start briefing people.
Next turn. And over to here. That takes 2 turns as well.
Where is Alzik?
Alzik is in the east, far east here.
So Sam is entering now.
Yes.
Right.
Alright, so that's like...
Okay, I'm taking a screenshot.
There's probably 3 or 2 probably, so they'll arrive this turn. Theo.
Sam would, at this point, receive a letter from Theo telling him to gather on the town of Strisovitz. Right here. He wanted to send that to all commanders once he got word of an invasion, which would be now.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll go ahead and post that.
Yes.
Has Theo got reports yet, or?
Not yet. We just turned over to 7:30, right?
Yeah, I think so. I'll wait till they get a report for the thing to come through then.
Alright, so you are continuing your march in the direction of Kolm. You are near the post house, Colorado, I think. And you can see that some of a bunch of garrisoned hussars who were stationed at the post house have mobilized and made way for you, so to say. They are watching your movements. Further to the west, you can see dog pilots' forces deploying. Seems they are coming up from this little creek valley there, getting into position.
Yes.
Do you want to change your orders?
Infantry, so the musketeers, to deploy a double line. So it should be 4 regiments in the front, 4 regiments in the back.
Okay.
And then start moving to Rieder, Mieder. So the village, let's say, between the post and the village to the east of the post out. So that straight south. And the grenadiers, the artillery, and the supplies should just follow, but not yet deploy.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm gonna write a dispatch to dog pilot.
Yep, sure.
Okay.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So, ihr seid schon mal sehr gut vorangekommen auf der Straße und du bist jetzt in Weschen.
Du warst ein bisschen abgehackt, Jan.
Du bist scheinbar sehr gut vorangekommen auf der Straße und bist jetzt in Weschen angekommen. Auf deinem Weg nach Modlan.
Okay, habe ich gesehen. Dann geht es weiter mit der Infanterie Richtung Sobochleben.
Okay.
Das wird aber nur, ich weiß nicht, ist das eine Division? Nee. Ich habe ja 2 mal sozusagen würde ich sagen 5 Regimenter. Davon schicke ich dann... Ach ne, wie war... Entschuldigung. Die Aufstellung, die waren... Zuerst waren die Musketiere, ne?
Genau, du hast zuerst die Musketiere gestellt, dann die Grenadiere, dann die Artillerie.
Gut. Dann gehen, aber ich habe hier halt quasi 10 Regimenter von den Musketieren. Die ersten 5 gehen nach Sobochleben. Ich bleibe in Modlan. Mit den anderen erstmal in Reserve.
Okay. Alles klar.
Danke.
Dafür nicht. Philo, was ist das? Wir spielen Kriegsspiel. Das ist eine Art von Brettspiel, sage ich mal, abstrakt, das auf einer Landkarte gespielt wird. Wurde historisch mal entwickelt als militärisches Trainingstool in Preußen im 1824. Wir benutzen natürlich nicht dieses historische System, weil es viel zu detailliert ist. Und der Witz daran ist, dass alle Mitspieler, also ich bin hier heute ein Spielleiter, und alle Mitspieler sind nicht mit uns hier an diesem Tisch. Also alle Leute, die du hier oben rechts in der Ecke siehst, sind alles mit Spielleiter sozusagen, sogenannte Umpire, wie ein Game Master bei einem Rollenspiel. Wir nehmen die Befehle der Spieler entgegen und deren Nachrichten, die sie an andere schicken wollen und so weiter, und setzen das bei uns an diesem Tisch hier auf dieser Karte um. Hier haben wir alle Einheiten auf der Karte von beiden Teams. Und die Spieler selber sind aber sozusagen an ihrem eigenen Tisch und haben nur ihre eigenen Einheiten und nur das, was wir ihnen berichten, was um sie herum passiert, wissen sie. Ja? Also deswegen wird die Informationen sind nicht so umfangreich wie bei einem Brettspiel zum Beispiel, wo man jederzeit alles sehen kann, was der Gegner hat. Das macht es eine ganz besondere Erfahrung, das zu spielen. Okay, let's see. So, Edo wanted to deploy. So the question would be then, Theul's Hussars. I mean, what do we have here? Dragoons, they are moving up. Okay, so that would probably prevent the Hussars from charging into deploying infantry, I think. Although, maybe we allow 2 of them to do so. Because deploying infantry in the 7 Years' War is a real hassle. One, two, three, four. They can start to come up here behind on the main road.
Oh, that's not interesting. Do we just delete these courier tokens when they've been delivered, yeah?
The courier tokens, let me see, that one needs to be forwarded. Where is the commander? Has moved up there. That can be moved.
Although they left last turn from here, so I assumed it. I've already given it to them because they were here 2 turns ago and then they moved to there, so it arrived as they were leaving. So I assumed it would catch up, or they'd get it just before they left.
Yeah, I think so. We should. I will copy that over and let the player know. Who is this? Loggy. Let me see.
I've posted it already. But,
alright. I remove it then. Sorry. So this one is removed. And I think there's another one over here, which just arrives in Aussig when Theul is leaving. And one over here which arrives in Töplitz. And that is Crusader there.
Crusader just left.
Yeah, I think they can. I mean, it's all simultaneous movement and all that, so.
Yeah.
Catch up there. Okay.
I've got Crusader's couriers racing west to talk to various people. Crusader himself has ridden up to Tishao to see what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a question I should have asked earlier. The number on the units, is that the regiment number?
Yes.
Okay. Or I thought it was...
I guess they would just... this Hussar unit stayed back to rally, would they just go into the column where they are, or would they ride ahead to meet with the rest of the unit?
Let me see. I mean, if there is space and they can move up, they would probably try to do that.
I mean, it's off-road, but it's doable.
Yeah, just slow them down a little bit then, and that's all right.
Okay, I've got the Hussars here fanned out so they can see. I think they can see both the head and the rear of that column.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're not in a position to attack, but it means they can tell Crusader when he shows up that they can see this and they can see that. And they can figure it out from there.
Yeah.
Interestingly, Crusader hasn't sent a courier to anybody else. Like he sent couriers to his men, but he hasn't sent couriers to any other player, and neither has Dog. So I might drop a hint to him that if he wants to, then he drops it in the channel and it can go off that way.
Yes, do that, please.
Okay. In terms of Dog's dragoons, they were ordered to dismount along the road. So if in case they get attacked, they're dismounted and ready to shoot at anyone who comes close.
I guess KB wouldn't see these Hussars since there's a forested hill in the way. Or they might see that unit, I don't know.
Sorry.
I'll get a report from them.
Okay, here is it. Yep. Yeah. Probably his lead. I expect his lead Hussars would see Hussars in what is this West Vistritz and West Vistritz? Or is this Tisha?
Okay.
It's Tisha.
No, Tisha is over here.
Okay, what's this? West Vistritz?
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And if he finds that confusing, I think that means here, well, he can be as confused as we are.
So, let's see. Hussars charging into deploying infantry, and they do rout one of the units.
Oh, wow.
So that's a little lesson there for the player, that it's not as easy to deploy infantry in the 7 years.
As it will be later.
Yes. And we might even put a disruption on the other unit there. And then the big question is, the Hussars, will they go in and charge after them? I mean, from a game perspective, that would put them in a pretty horrible spot, of course, but let's say at least one of them goes after them.
What are your rules for cavalry being spent? Does it have to be like a full charge, or is it just any engagement?
So they are spent. That means they have to retire out of the combat then once they have stopped pursuing the enemy and are not allowed to attack, at least for one turn.
Okay.
Oh god. I have a courier from Crusader to whoever is in Sobolebchen.
Gotta love that.
There is nobody in Sobolebchen.
Yeah, well.
A few hundred villagers are going to get a lot of messages.
To whoever. But it also means they're not going to go looking for whoever.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's no one there. They just sit there and wait for orders. Wait for...
Okay, Theo is still there. These guys are deploying, and I think, when did he send the message? This turn, okay. They will both arrive next turn immediately, yes. Alright, do we still have anything to resolve? We still have the situation here.
Modlan. Where's Modlan?
It's down here, where Armentis column just reached, in the middle, in the center of the map.
Okay. Logi's ordered a courier to go from Cole to Isaac via Modlan, so I don't entirely know if that's...
Okay.
But...
Don't know what he's trying to do there.
I guess it's fine, it's just... It'll take like 5 turns to get there.
Yeah. Modlan. Oh, that's fine. That's just here.
I mean, you can let Amantis then know.
Next turn.
Yeah, you can let Amantis then know what the message says while the courier is passing through.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's for Amantis. I think they think they're either in Auzig or Modland, so.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Ito next turn might get a report saying that Sniper's column has run into his rear.
Yes.
And we'll probably also be able to see that there's a line formed in front of him at the post house.
Absolutely, yeah. Okay. So up here in the, where's that, the Geiersberg, this one here, Logi and Carolingian, do they have contact? Or is this next turn?
I would say next turn.
Okay.
Because they were moving along cavalry column and deploying, so yes. I would say next turn.
Perfect. Okay. Well, then let's advance the clock and give reports to the players.
Okay.
07:45.
Why does it keep doing that?
07:45. Dispatches.
I've got a large yellow hand in the middle of my screenshot. Can I just move the hand for a sec? Blazer?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. That's all. You can move it back now. I've got my screenshot.
Incredibly rude.
Dispatch here, dispatch there. Then a screenshot from Modlan. Then this messenger will arrive at the oil.
What's that?
And this one. Oh, that was too much on. Sorry.
I've got another yellow hand in my screenshot.
Sorry.
Because it's laughing, the edge of my screenshot is now all jagged.
General Sir, your infantry moved up as they were ordered to deploy in double line, which in 7 Years' War is not so easy to do, to deploy infantry, because they basically have to march up in marching column and then turn on the spot, which made them a little bit vulnerable to the hussars. So one of your regiments or battalions or whatever was immediately attacked by 2 squadrons of hussars and routed back. The neighboring unit is a little bit disrupted, but your column is coming up now. You get reports from the rear of your column that General Sniper has bumped into your supply train and is now forced to wait for you to move up. And to the southwest, you see the forces of General Dogpilot deployed their dismounted dragoons from the post house along the main road.
Okay, perfect. Well, I need my infantry to deploy in line as fast as possible in order to counter the enemy cavalry, which is still around.
Yes.
And then once the situation is clear, to continue advance according to the plan.
All right, perfect.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
And I'm gonna write a second dispatch to top pilot.
Yes, sure.
Ja.
Okidoki. Du bist in Modlan angekommen. Und da willst du ja auch bleiben. Ja. Die ersten 5 Regimenter werden dann weiter nach Norden marschieren, wie das befohlen wurde. Ich schaue gerade, ob du noch irgendeine Nachricht bekommen hast, aber ich glaube nicht. Nein.
kannst du es nochmal bitte wiederholen mit dem nach Norden marschieren?
Du wolltest, dass die ersten 5 Regimenter nach Sobochtleben weiter marschieren, richtig?
Ja, das ist richtig.
Okay. Dann werden sie das tun.
Ja, und ich möchte selber einmal vielleicht auf eine bessere Position mit Sicht gehen, das kleine Wegkreuz nördlich von Motladen da.
Ja, das sieht gut aus. Mhm.
Da möchte ich mein Lager aufschlagen. Die weiteren 5 Regimenter, die im Anmarsch sind, die sollen doch bitte Richtung Nordost auf der Straße Aufstellung nehmen, die anderen 5 Musketiere. So an diesem, sozusagen, dass sie auf der linken Flanke ihren diesen kleinen See haben oder den Deich, der da existiert.
Also quasi nach Norden aus Motlan raus und dann links abbiegen, ne?
Ja, links abbiegen.
Perfekt.
Die anderen Truppen rücken einfach nach. Danke.
Jo, bitte, bitte. Okay. So looks like we will have combat there. What do we have there? Grenadiers, Grenzers, Dragoons. There we go. Time for the Dragoon as well. Some low on ammo resorts. Let's grab that one. So, is the enemy advantaged? No, but that doesn't make a difference. They are hitting anyway. Who are they targeting? Maybe the Grenadiers.
I'm sorry, somebody knows where or who is Moldau and Karwitz?
Motlan is here.
Ah, okay.
And Karwitz is over here.
Okay.
So that is a hit against an advantaged unit, which the Grenzers are in their position. However, the Grenadiers are running low. Apply only in bad terrain.
More Grenadiers, more Hussars have arrived. I guess to help out the 8th Regiment. The 4th Regiment has arrived. Right here.
Oh, wait a second.
The Dragoons are dismounted in a checkerboard, and there are cuirassiers formed up ready to charge through the gaps if the Hussars come close enough.
That is actually a route on these guys here.
Also, Dogs Hussars are trying to punch out Loggie's headquarters and supply train.
How long should cavalry take to deploy into line? Or whatever formation they use to fight?
That would be 1 turn, but they can't move their full range, of course.
Okay.
Oh,
they're only
okay,
moving
so
through
these
the
guys are...
line, I think.
So let's see. We have Hussars here, you say?
Yeah.
And...
The 4th, they'll form up next turn.
Yes.
Are these guys up here trying to run down this...
Yeah, they are still sort of committed to...
Okay.
But the terrain sort of slows them down, and now they are confused because they have this column in their rear.
Gotcha.
Any guidance on how to manage this conflict?
What do you mean regarding the march to the road or whatever?
The Hussars trying to punch out the headquarters. Like, do you want me to handle like passing shots from the infantry if they're sort of kind of in range? I mean, they're not very in range.
The Hussars. Yes, absolutely. These guys will lay crossfire down the road.
I mean, if they're in range, it's like 400 paces.
Yes. So it's, I mean, max range would be 1 square.
Okay.
Considering skirmish and all that stuff, you know.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so crossfire from 2 of these, and if they don't bog them down, then these guys will overrun the headquarters.
Yeah, I mean, that's rough terrain for them, right? They're going through a town here and orchards and whatnot, so...
Down the street.
Yeah, I mean, they can try, sure.
Yeah.
Would be surprised if they get through, but...
I think even... I can see the headquarters evading, maybe, but I think if there's no orders for it to, they'll probably take out the supply train.
Yes. We should roll then for the headquarter if they make it through.
So I'll get the dice for...
So, infantry dice here. And that would be a hit on both. With these guys running low, but they have supplies nearby.
Okay, so does the hit break them off, or does that mean they run the gauntlet?
I would say regarding the situation, they would bump back.
Okay. All right, no problem.
Would these Hussars here charge in this direction with this cavalry? Are these guys dismounted, these Dragoons?
Dragoons are dismounted. The cuirassiers are countercharging any cavalry moving in this direction.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't think they would.
But they don't know that.
Yeah, sure, but with all these massed units here, I don't think...
Yeah, it's a massed, medium, and heavy cavalry looking in the direction.
Yeah. Gotcha.
That's nothing the Hussars would enjoy. In
that case, I think these Hussars are actually going to form up and try to find a more advantageous... So they can form up into column and then get half their movement for that turn?
Yeah.
Okay.
What are the orders from Crusader? Are they attacking any cavalry, or...?
No, Crusader's just watching. He's waiting for the rest of his army to come up. He moved over here to watch them. But other than that, he rallied this squadron at the back, and these things will actually get to their destinations.
And has he now sent any message to the east?
He has now. Yep, this one here, which should be at Modlin. Not next turn.
Okay.
So he'll move.
All right then.
And this one will sit in Sobach, and just sitting here at the town hall, chilling, minding his own business. Is that structure an extra supply depot or something?
Yes, that's a depot.
Okay, well then the depot commander has a letter to whoever.
Mantis will get that order, or that courier this turn.
Okay, these guys will start moving out because they have time. They are ordered to move to Toplitz. Okay. So I'll get them starting down the road, but...
Okay.
Good. Then, there he is.
Let us advance the clock to 0800. Give reports and deliver the dispatches.
So this letter here to Dog Pilot. Okay. So do you want to deliver this one here? From Carol to Dog Pilot? Who's got Carol? Nick does.
Sorry.
I have this courier here. Do you want me to deliver it, or have you already delivered it?
Sorry, which one? I will deliver it. I will take care of delivering it.
Right, no problem. Hopefully, Loggy will at least have a little shock from seeing cavalry running at him. Come on. All the Discord notifications pinging on top of my buttons. Stop pinging rubbish. Okay.
Dog Pilot, how far is he away? What's immediately next to him? To KB and Carolingian. Where are they? Carolingian is here. Oh, that will take some time. How would the courier go? Let's say 6. Yeah, still one more turn to arrive there, and then 2, 3. Okay.
Blazer, could you move your yellow hand, please? The yellow hand of my nemesis.
Blazer, you really need to keep your hands to yourself. This is...
He's not in the chat.
Terrible form. Oh, okay.
I'm just waving my hand at him saying, please go away.
Okay, these guys go to there.
Actually, even better than that, we'll see.
Another one for
that.
Who is sending a message to whom? Töglitz, Karwitz, and Aussig.
Oh, there's a courier going from him too. Alright.
Oh, it's not even taking the complete message. Is that because I'm in the... Oh yes, because I used the name and not the description of the piece. I see.
That is at dawn.
So he wanted to go to Blitz cards. Oh, sick.
Just look at Modern, everyone. Just look at the wave of couriers going in and out of Modern.
Cards, but nobody is there.
Who has Loggy?
It should be on the text thing. Loggy is Blazer.
Oh, that's right. Oh, okay. He placed a courier right next to my guy. Alright. Everyone is gone.
Don't know what that's about. Okay. Alright there, so your two lines have almost deployed and they started slowly moving forward in the direction of whatever.
Yeah, definitely.
And you can see that the enemy hussars are pulling back now that you have deployed and that Dogpilot has deployed on your flank. You hear some musket fire from the direction of Kolm.
Okay.
And that is about it.
Okay. So I want the infantry to continue move south, let's say between Kolm and Rautney. Essentially this direction, so directly south from where they are.
Yeah.
And the grenadiers and the artillery for the moment should just follow the movement without deploying.
Okay.
Perfect. And I move myself to General Dogpilot.
Very well. Sounds good. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
So. Etwas mehr Übersicht vom Hügel nördlich auf Motlan.
Sehr erfreulich.
Regimenter rücken weiter vor. Und ansonsten kannst du Musketenfeuer aus dem Norden hören. Ja.
Okay, habe ich irgendwelche Informationen, Meldereiter erhalten? Auf dem Screenshot sehe das so
da
für mich
ist
aus.
Einer, ne? Ich muss gerade mal gucken. Ich werde dir das mal zustellen, auch wenn ich nicht sicher bin, aber ich denke mal, das soll wohl so sein.
Okay, ja, das ist der... Kannst du mal Info... Interessant, ja. Es hat also noch nichts bei ihm an Gefechten gegeben, wobei das ja auch immer veraltet sein kann. Dann möchte ich den Befehl, den ich gegeben habe, insoweit anpassen, als dass die Truppen, wenn sie in Soboch-Leben ankommen, sich in Richtung des Gefechtslärm ausrichten und dahin mal scouten. Also sie sollen sich, wenn möglich, nicht in ein Gefecht verwickeln lassen, aber sie können doch Soboch-Leben verlassen, um das Gefecht zu lokalisieren. Mit den anderen Truppen bleiben die Befehle, dass die sich auf der Chaussee aufstellen. Zusätzlich wird es vielleicht interessant, wenn die Grenadiere jetzt schon reinkommen, die können zwischen dem Staudamm und Sibritz Aufstellung nehmen. Die sollen sozusagen die Ostflanke dann von der Straße decken. Also
die Westflanke.
Westflanke, Entschuldigung. Ja.
Alles klar.
Danke.
1, 2, 3. Jo. Machen wir so. Die, was mit der Artillerie? Wo soll die hin?
Die soll erstmal auf meine Position.
Sehr gut.
Back.
All right. What do we have here? Grenadiers. And they will stick to the road. And now I need to make a decision on these hussars. What are these hussars going to do? And these guys are probably going to really take that hill, and the hussars don't like it.
Yeah, quick question.
Mm-hmm.
These things here, is that the little, you see where I'm looking?
Yes, that's a mill.
Is that that's a mill? Okay.
Yes.
And the stream is affordable?
Probably yes.
Like you would impede a crossing, but it isn't impossible to cross.
Yes.
Yep.
Artillery
not
probably not,
vehicles.
artillery and wagons not, but infantry and cavalry should be able.
Right, cheers.
Those guys are still there, these just moved out. This guy will arrive next turn, and then
Are we at 8:15? No.
no, not yet.
So these dragoons here, or not dragoons, these hussars are going to form into line, and on the next turn, they will charge, or not charge, but attack in the direction of sniper's column.
Mm-hmm.
They had moved up this hill to find a vantage point and see the area, and they see this lovely target.
Mm-hmm. Sounds good.
Alright, so, yep. I think I've already actually moved all the pieces while I was talking. So I know Dog has just reformed, remounted his cavalry, reoriented things facing the Grenzers. And Crusader has formed on the hill above the town, looking down at the massed cavalry on the other side of the creek, on the other side of the town. Yeah, a lot of cavalry in the districts right now. Like, this is in between buildings, even.
Yeah. Don't think they would attack. So they have to go around somewhere.
Sorry, but did somebody delete some messenger around Logi?
I did not.
Okay.
I deleted one that I delivered.
I deleted one over here, but I knew what it was. It was one of mine.
And near KB, there was also a messenger.
No, maybe it slipped under the board somehow.
I delivered it to KB, and I deleted the counter. That's probably what it was.
Okay, fine. Yeah, I can see it was delivered. Fine, perfect. Thank you.
To amend this.
Okay.
I think I already meant them, yeah.
Are we good to continue, or do we need to roll anything?
No, I'm fine.
What's the range of artillery?
About 4 squares effective.
Okay. No.
I'll dump Dog into Edo's channel after I give him his briefing. Since they're co-located now?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll give them the briefing, put them in the same place, then come back for orders.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is 8:15.
Yes, continue to 8:15 and give reports, please. I will delete the lines.
Thank you. The yellow hand is just outside my screenshot.
Alright, just real quick before you can join Dogpilot. The report for you is that your infantry is advancing to the south, but as you can see in that direction the enemy has further pulled back, so there isn't really any obstacles for you. And to the east you see Sniper's column marching south parallel to your force there.
Yeah.
Alright.
Okay, perfect.
So I think Justin will give report to Dogpilot and then move him up to join you.
Okay, no problem.
So, soll ich mal einen Screenshot machen hier?
Ja.
Und dann sehe ich hier viele Meldereiter. Einmal den da. Und einmal den da. Der andere ist noch unterwegs. Okay.
Hast du die anderen Spieler schon abgefrühstückt?
Ja.
Okay.
Aber du kannst ruhig erstmal in Ruhe lesen, lass dir Zeit. Ich mach derweil andere Dinge.
Ja, das würde ich nämlich vorschlagen. Kurz einmal durchlesen. Okay.
Mhm. Irgendwelche neuen Befehle?
Ja, und zwar soll die Artillerie jetzt nach Soboch-Leben und da deployed werden. Das wird ja wohl noch ein bisschen dauern, aber sie hat schon mal ein Ziel.
Mhm. Bleibst du hier oder willst du auch dahin? Oder?
Ich gehe nach Soboch-Leben. Die Truppen, die da unterwegs sind, die sollen ja auf Tuchfühlung gehen. Das möchte ich insoweit konkretisieren, als dass die in den Wäldern, die beiden, die nordöstlich von Soboch-Leben sind, so spätestens bis dahin anhalten, weil ich ja jetzt Informationen habe, dass in Hundstein der Feind ist. Und ja, ich bewege mich auch nach Soboch-Leben. Die Grenadiere kriegen aber neue Befehle und die auf der Straße kriegen auch neue Befehle, einfach eine geschlossene Frontlinie jetzt zu bilden mit den Truppen nach Soboch-Leben, dass die halt westlich nicht eine offene Flanke kriegen, wenn die jetzt leicht vormarschieren.
Okay.
Also, dass die jetzt am Anfang noch nicht so weit sind, die Flanke zu decken, ist mir klar, aber das sollen die zukünftig halt machen.
Mhm. Also sie sollen quasi entlang der Hauptstraße sich jetzt in Formation begeben, oder?
Nee, ja, ich habe ja den Befehl gegeben, dass die Truppen, die nach Soboch leben sollten, jetzt etwas nördlich vorstoßen in die Wälder. Und dann muss halt eben von der Hauptstraße dann irgendwann die Flanke auch runtergezogen werden, bisschen weiter vor. Bis zum See. Das können die selber aufbauen.
Okay, ja, verstehe. Alles klar.
Und die Artillerie nach Soboch leben. Ja.
Jawohl, machen wir so.
Ich schreibe noch 2, 3 Briefe, ne?
Jo, mach das.
Danke.
I will vote the dragoons alongside his infantry.
Okay.
They will be in support of him.
Okay.
I think, should I keep the cuirassiers and my other infantry to support my grenadiers here? Or should I then also move them to support you?
No, you can just cover my right flank. I mean, no need to support me for the moment. Just make sure we can be outflanked.
Yes. Yeah, keep the regulars on his right. That's what I meant by supporting him.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And so your grenadiers or cuirassiers or hussars moving up, or are they staying put?
I believe they will stay put for now.
Okay, no worries. Then you and your wagons can stay there, and I will leave the...
Well, I have one request for the hussars, however.
Yeah?
There is a stream coming from the hill. There's a stream coming from the hill to in between the stream and the village they're currently in front of. I would want them the hussars to set up in between those two. If you can see it.
Between the stream and where you are currently set up.
Yeah, there's a town, and then there's, you know where the mountain pass is?
Yep.
From one of the mountain passes to the west of my infantry, there's a river.
Okay, yes, I see it, I think. So you want them on the ridge northwest of Schauder.
I want
covering between the river?
them in between. Like north of the enemy infantry.
Okay, yep. Sure, I can move them up there.
And can I still move my general?
Sure. If you move away from Edo, then you won't be able to talk to him next update, but that'll be next update.
Yeah, I think.
No, he can move. I'm gonna move as well after this.
Okay.
Yeah,
Where do you want to
general's place is gonna have an effect on?
Yeah.
Also, I asked for a dispatch to be forwarded, and I don't believe there was anything in the way to block the dispatch.
We can. You asked, could you forward this? Yeah, I can forward that. I'll forward that data now.
On top of it, I think it would be very easy to forward it.
Yep. He hands you this message, General Edo.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you. Yeah, well, he read it to me, so it's okay. But yeah.
I read it to him, but I think it's better to also have it on paper.
Yep. Okay. So where are you moving to before I leave Jan to talk?
Like behind the cuirassiers, I think.
Okay. So down there near the cuirassiers. Do you want to move on to that hill behind the grenadiers so you can see?
Actually, yeah, that's just one right place. The grenadiers are covering it.
Yep, grenadiers in front, cuirassiers immediately behind. We put you in the middle of your position and with a good view.
Yeah. Okay. I don't think there's a chance that I'll get murdered in that position.
If they're gonna murder you, they have to destroy most of your command to do it.
No, they will hit. No, straightforward hits my commander.
Alright. Thank you. I will leave. Yeah. I'll leave.
Yeah, just for me, I think I didn't give orders for myself. So in my case, it's just the infantry still moving to the south as order, and I want to move myself to a sniper. That's it.
To sniper, yes, of course.
And Jan, I have a question.
Sure.
As an object, I mean, we have to raid, let's say, the depot supplies of the Austrians. If I manage to send some cavalry, let's say, to one of these supplies depots, let's say Aussig or the other ones, can we consider the objective like reached? I mean, they come in with torches, they just burn everything and then they fall back. Is this like a kind of mission accomplished for us?
Sure, if the access is free for them, then they can try it, yes.
Okay, perfect. That was my question. Thank you very much.
No worries.
Get out this way. They'll get out towards Vice.
I got one question regarding snipers, cavalry, the rear guard. Are they ordered to follow the main column on the highway?
Sorry, yes, they were.
Okay.
They're trying to get to these crossroads right here and hold them.
Perfect.
Yeah, so they bug out. As soon as they see this wave of cavalry trying to charge between the houses, they are under orders to bug out towards this hill.
Okay.
These guys are heading this way, so they will see them coming up. Good.
Did he even move? 3. Yeah, should arrive nonetheless next turn.
This guy will be behind here. Okay, in terms of the cavalry rushing the supply trains, do they just hit, or do we want to roll something for that?
For the supply trains, they just hit.
Okay. So let's say they ride down one of them. I'll put a burnt marker or something.
This arrives next turn as well. This one arrives next turn as well. Come.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to really try and steal the supply train, so I'm just going to mark it as burnt.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're cavalry behind enemy lines. They're going to try and get it back. Blazer, did he order his supply trains to do anything, or not particularly?
I mean, presumably they'd follow the rest of the column, but they wouldn't outrun the cavalry.
I think they'll see the cavalry will burn down this one. At least you can start trying to get away and give them a chance to react. These guys here on the hill, they're visible.
Was Ito trying to go to Sniper?
Yes.
Okay. Sniper is actually going to be in Rodney. Sorry, it's taken a while to get his orders.
Well, thank you for handling it. I want to help new players, but I just wasn't awake enough to handle full text communication. Alright, so what's going on here? We've got sub-election, that's... This message will catch up to him now. And this message, we're over here, is going to move up to here.
It's always interesting to see all the messenger tokens moving around.
Yeah, because Crusader is chatty, I'm able to just copy the previous message token, put to Modelin, and then just update the message. The next one.
So over here from this hill, these 5 Hussars were going to charge. Sniper ordered these 3 Hussars here to countercharge. How is that going to work?
We gotta throw some dice.
These guys can get to about right here. I've got to learn these dice.
I mean, it is still all the terrain issue stuff, but let's say they have enough space and they go all in here and do what Hussars do.
Oh, did we clear the damage on these 2?
I did, yes.
Okay. I didn't know we did that. That's cool.
So, whoa, the Prussians. Look at that. Wow, what sort of a roll is this? Magic, okay. So, these guys are routed, as are these, as are these. And now in return, we have 2 and 3 experience. Yes, we consider them 2. Only advantage, which is not the case. So these guys are alright. Then we have a route on these guys, a route on these guys. An additional route, which puts them to shattered. And what sort of is this die here? Advantage, heavy cavalry only, so that's nothing. So that basically means these guys are shattered, they run away. These guys are routed, they run away. these guys are all on their own. These guys are routed, and the squadron is going in behind after them. And what I like to do is to disrupt them anyway.
Blazer, if KB asks, yes, that's smoke.
Okay.
Now you have to decide what you think these guys would do. I mean, they would probably charge after these, but there is a potential for them to divert and, I don't know, get distracted by the supplies or the column over here.
Yeah, I think they'd probably go after supplies.
Okay.
Their orders are to slow down the advance, so...
Yes. So then in they go. And capture them. Oops.
A question. I have a messenger going from the Carolingian here to Edo.
Mm-hmm.
Where is Edo? Edo is...
he moved over to Albany.
Yeah, here. Do you want to roll for a capture by the Austrian, or?
Yes, if the messenger is sent the fastest way, then we should roll for them. Oh, so got these guys moving around here. So where would he move? Around here? Do you think? No, between probably not. But up here. So then there are some hussars here who could potentially capture him. Let's say.
Delete the message from Amenthus to Crusader. I just delivered it, so I'll delete the token.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
So okay, do you want to roll it?
Yeah, let's say on 1 and 2 it's captured, or do you think the potential for them is higher to do so? I mean, there are 2 squadrons here.
I mean, these guys were explicitly ordered to like guard the flank, so I imagine they probably spread out and stuff to cover more area.
Yeah, well, right. Then we say on 1 and 2 it passes through, and
okay,
if not, no, it's captured. Message is lost.
I guess would Loggy get it then, since it's, or would Theo? Which of these?
Finding it wrapped around a pair of cigars.
Yeah, he would get him. He would get them.
I'll give it next turn probably, since or with the next report.
Yes.
We create a co-location text channel for Sniper and Ito, since Sniper can neither speak nor hear.
I guess
they could just use messages, can't they? Just like message each other.
Yeah, they can use private message.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, we can't like monitor it, but just trust them to be.
Yeah.
Right.
No. Authenticity and also less effort for us.
Jan?
Yes.
Regarding Armentus, here in Sobo... I cannot... Yeah. I'm going to say to Caro that he can see them, or at least he can see a line of something, I would say. Maybe he cannot say which kind of units, but he can see something.
Probably can't see what they are, but he can see there is something.
Yeah, there is something. There, yes. All right.
This is turning out very different to the last time we ran this.
So, still no combat, right? They are just watching each other here, or are the Grances actually trying to attack?
These guys have just moved up this turn, so I doubt they'd have time to properly fire yet. But these would, I guess. They've been here a while.
I mean, are they attacking? The Grenadiers are just sitting on the hill. They haven't been told to push either. I think 400 yards, 400 yards is long range, like very long range for muskets.
Okay, let's say, given the terrain, they are here in defensive ground. They will probably just watch and wait the enemy for come.
They're going to push out. Yeah.
Okay, sounds good then. What sort of a box is this over here? It looks.
Little smoke cloud. There's no box. There's no box. It's just a cloud. So it's less obnoxious in terms of dragging over things.
How did you do that?
It was one of Carter's pieces.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
It's naturally a lot bigger, but I shrank it down.
Yeah. Cool.
I guess that's Carol Engine, General Major Carol.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
So these guys here were chasing supply trains, but they're hussars. They have no intention of fighting the entire freaking Prussian army if it comes after.
Yeah, they will probably try to move around or whatever.
Yeah, they'll pull a Stuart and ride around the enemy army and go south.
Okay, let's continue then.
Okay.
Oh, 8:30. Yes, I remove the lines. And there we go. I should have removed the dice. Can you actually see them? I don't think so.
Oh, someone pinged me.
How dare they?
Oh, it's related to the game, which is good. I thought it might have been related to the other post.
So let's see all the messages that need to be delivered to someone.
Wish my shortcut was working. I don't know why it's not. I'll figure that later.
This one will arrive. Crusader. Scouts. Capture message. To whom is this message going here actually? So many messages to deliver. Alright, here I am. So you reach Rautnai and you will be co-located with Sniper in a second. As you move over, you hear the sound of cavalry charging into the town north of you there. So basically the end of Sniper's column. There is some combat noise going on there, and that is about it, I think. Yes.
Okay, perfect. I have a question. Am I missing 2 regiments of infantry? Because I only can see 3 of my infantry moving to the south.
Let's see. There is still 1 of your units, as you know, hanging behind. They are coming up again, which were initially charged by the Hussars.
Okay.
And then there's 1 unit immediately behind the deployed units there.
Okay, perfect. So they're taking position as well.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So for my infantry, the orders are still to move to the south. Advancing. And based on what I heard, I want the grenadiers to deploy to the east. Yes. And watch out for enemy cavalry or whatever approaching from the east.
All right.
And the artillery, should follow the infantry movement towards the south.
Very good. Do that. Yeah, looks good. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So. Was kann ich dir denn mal Schönes erzählen? Da ist nichts, da ist nichts. Du, deine Speer, die du in die Wälder entsandt hast, berichten von einer preußischen Kolonne bei Hundstein. Bist du da?
Ah, Entschuldigung, ich war gemutet, ja. Über die Größe ist nichts bekannt, ne?
Nicht so richtig, scheint sehr viel Kavallerie zu sein, mehr wissen sie nicht.
Okay, dann ergeht der Befehl an die Musketiere, dass sie in die Wälder hineingehen, möglichst unentdeckt am Waldrand spähen.
Okay.
Ja, ein Regiment kann ruhig bei mir bleiben, in der Stadt, in den Häusern. Die Artillerie ist ja immer noch im Anmarsch vom Süden Richtung Sobbochleben, das bleibt auch so. Die anderen 5 Regimenter, die sollen dann von der Chaussee direkt nach Sobbochleben kommen. Die hatten ja ursprünglich mal da den Befehl, sich aufzustellen, das ist aber jetzt nicht mehr notwendig. Und die 4 Grenadiere, die erhalten den Befehl, die Wälder westlich von Probstau und Sobbort RTN, also nicht Sobborleben, sondern Sobborten zu besetzen. Und werden dem Befehl von Generalfeldmarschall Crusader unterstellt.
Okay, also in die Wälder westlich davon. Ja, okay.
Also, du siehst so Probstau?
Ja.
Probstau und Sorbotten, da ist ja südwestlich von so einem Wald. Da sollen die erstmal rein und ich schreibe dann eine Nachricht an Crusader, dass er da Truppen hat, um gegen diese riesigen Kavallerie-Sichtungen vorzugehen, dass sie da in den Wäldern sitzen.
Ja, jo. Wunderbar.
Das wär's dann. Ich schreibe noch 2, 3 Nachrichten.
Jo, danke. Ja, danke. So let's see. 2 KB. On the far end there. One question regarding the couriers you want to send.
Yeah.
Do you have a specific route for them to take, or just quickest?
Well, they should move, let's say, north of Doc Pilot.
Yes.
So around his forces, and then down to the southwest direction, Straten. That's where I would expect to have at least Carolingian units. KB, for the moment, I have no idea, should be more to the west of his position.
Okay. Very good.
And so one question, Jan?
Yes.
The cavalry I see in the village called, it's called Deutsch.
Neudorfler.
Neudorfler. Are they light cavalry, heavy cavalry? Which kind of cavalry is this?
You assume that is still the hussars which you faced previously.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alright, so these should be moved further up. Let's see if they even capture them. Why not? Advantage it. Heavy cav only. No, they do not.
What's going on?
I'm just doing some pursuit charging here.
Okay.
The hussars.
If Logi's cavalry is coming up at the line, then I think these guys are going to countercharge. Because they're there to ward the flank and deal with enemy cavalry.
So he really wants the hussars to do a frontal charge against line infantry?
If he does that, he's going to get charged in the flank by dragoons.
Yeah, I would say the dragoons sit there and joyfully watch how the hussars are shot to pieces, and then once they are repelled, they go in and charge.
Makes sense to me. These guys here were meant to go to this hill and don't fight anybody. But it looks like these guys moved down, so I'll just put them on this hill here where they can watch and they can report what's going on down there.
Yeah, right. This one unit is trying to make contact with their commander again. That's where I moved them out of the way.
Yep. And what's going on? Yeah, Blazer, those guys are heading down the road. Are they... Okay. What's their intent?
They're ordered to go to Vice and then here, but I guess they'd stop when they're met with a line. Cause
How is it? Just the two bodies, or is everybody? Is it okay? All right.
Everyone,
these guys were told to, if attacked, fall back. But if you see the enemy and you outnumber them, charge them. So.
I mean, they're not attacking; they're just moving, but they're forming into formation. So.
Yeah, I think the stance is cautious enough that while I personally would charge the hell out of the head of that column, I don't think that's what Crusader's intent is, so I won't do it.
Okay. Although, I mean,
I want to play the scenario as the Austrians one day. I really do.
Although I guess how far they would only see the head of the column, I guess. So I don't know. They might charge it.
Yeah, why not?
There's no reason for them to think this isn't just one hussar unit. Really.
That's true. Let me grab a dice. I'll grab this one on a 5 or 6. They're aggressive enough to charge the head of the column.
So that's nothing for these guys.
Okay. Yay! I'm happy. They're gonna charge the head of the column.
So now comes the charge of the dragoons here. I'm actually willing to roll 4 dice for them.
So 3 against, let's say 2.
No, I think, there's so much movement going on. These guys are actually like somewhere here, and now they are repelled and moving back, so there should be enough space for all the squadrons to get into action.
I meant down here, sorry.
Where are you now? Over there, sorry, yes.
3 against 2 makes sense, or would it be 4 against more? Or?
3 and 2 makes sense to me, yes.
Okay, so that's advanced hit heavy cavalry only. It's not route also, so a route. I don't remember what this dice means.
Give me a
So a hit.
second. If you hover over it, it says what it means, but
yeah, I just don't remember what 2-3 and 3-3x only means. Like I can see it, but I don't understand it.
Quickly come
Oh, experience. All right.
That's experience. Yeah, we assume they are all 2, so they would hit.
Yeah.
So a hit and a rout from the Austrians, and a hit back.
Yeah. So the question is, do they have the advantage or not?
I think the Austrians have the advantage.
Yes. Okay. Okay. So then that's a hit, a rout.
And then nothing.
I mean, they're technically in column. They're just formed out quickly. So.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable the league gets into line in time.
Okay, so then that's nothing.
It would still be rushed. So.
Okay, so then we have a hit and a rout against the Prussians.
Okay, so I'll get those tokens.
Is this? That's for.
And
okay,
got this one here, which we 1, 2, 3.
Advantage,
yeah, that's the route.
Oh,
so I hit. Let's say hit on the second one, and the first one routes and falls back. Wait, sorry, that's the wrong one. Hit on one and route on the other. Have them start scattering back that way.
Would KB see that? I guess they just because they ordered to be in the middle of the column.
I think from there he'd see the fight, but not in great detail.
Yeah, and he'd know the column stopped, obviously.
Yeah, he could hear combat from 400, 500 paces away.
Okay,
I'm gonna pull Crusader up with them too, because I think he would want to see what's going on. I think normally Hussars would pursue, but there's fresh troops coming up, so they may not actually do that. Okay, so what are these guys doing here? Are they...
combat over here.
Sorry, which?
Let's see.
These guys were ordered to just go, so I don't know if they would engage in combat. I guess if they were charged. These Hussars here.
So, I'm looking for your hand. Blazer, I don't know where you are.
Let's give them only one because they are
Doggies
busy.
Hussars by Dog Pilot. So I guess if they were charged, but they were ordered to basically just scout and fall back if they faced any actual resistance.
So they are not medium.
I don't know.
Wow, the dragoons, the Prussian dragoons got mauled.
Advantage they are. So put them on the road. Heavy cavalry only. Yes, they are heavy, of course. So that renders these guys shattered. And a rout even in heavy terrain. So let's say these guys are then also routed. And in their position they are probably not only shattered but captured.
Is there any penalty to the supply wagons that were previously captured and now recaptured?
No, basically not. I mean, the system, they are the sort of old pieces. They don't have actual ammunition pips or anything, so...
Yeah, this one here is burnt, but other than that...
There is a guy here. Just discovering now. There is a lost unit.
They said, bugger that, we're going to stay here and watch our pass. We don't want to fight these people.
Let's stay silent. Hope nobody sees us.
Yeah. Okay.
You had mentioned that the range of artillery is 4 squares. What if they're in higher elevation?
There's a
give
ruler
them another
thing
square.
down here. There's a ruler in the corner, I think, that has different ranges, but I'm not sure if
Yeah,
that's
I'm not
accurate
sure
for
if that
7 years
is
war.
to scale here, actually.
No.
Don't think so. Let's see.
Plus, that's for like 1830s artillery, so it's probably different.
Wow.
Let's
How long?
do?
We have orders to barricade various gates in Toplitz. Do you want to make it like an hour to do that?
In Toplitz.
They want to barricade gates, so
They want to bury, so they have city walls there, so that shouldn't take that long.
okay. So just shut the doors and then stack stuff in front of it.
Yep.
Sure.
How can you hear the noise of the fight happening here? There is no artillery, so I think it should not be more than 2 kilometers, something like this.
Yeah, about that.
Knight is asking, or asked about 10 minutes ago, if he could join the VC and spectate the table. Just
yes.
I noticed in general.
Yeah, sure, why not? To whom is this going?
What? Do you remember what the server's called? I constantly forget. Just
Server's called IKS umpire only. Password is IKS uppercase. To Pristwitz. And the last one will be sent to commander of the garrison of Aussig, so he still has no clue where he actually is. That will move over there. Pristwitz. Where is Pristwitz? So that's Vistritz, that's going to this direction. But where is Pristwitz? Kolm, Stresowitz.
Where is the
Mal eine ganz kurze Frage, wo ist Pristwitz? Ich sehe es gerade nicht auf der Karte. Falls du da bist.
Ja, ich habe das auch nur aus einem Dispatch rausgelesen. Ja, ich schau nochmal.
Zu wem soll es denn gehen? Zu Logi.
Okay. Pristen, Entschuldigung.
Ah, okay.
Da war Wickeltits und zu viele Tits um mich rum.
Okay, das kriegen wir hin. Gut, Dankeschön.
Ja, sorry.
Kein Ding. Okay. That should be everything, right?
I think so.
Then
alright, so to
continue the clock to 8:45. I need to double check with Ido if he wanted to stay or move. Just real quick, did you want to stay at Rautnai or did you want to move?
Oh yeah, actually, I forgot to tell you. I move back to my forces if it's not too late.
Yes, that's possible.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Jan.
No worries, thank you. Okay, we are good to give reports.
Let's move these dice out of the way.
Oh yeah, sorry if I left them there.
Alright. Yellow Hand of Destiny. Can I get you to move to one side or the other just briefly? Good enough, thank you. And I will deliver this message. Did you deliver
sorry, yeah, I'm already doing it.
Okay, well, I was just copying the text to drop it in.
Sorry. If I see the token directly to next to a player I'm taking care of, then I just post it over.
No worries.
Alright, and here I am again. So, let's see, what do we have? So, to the north, I don't think you can see it on the screenshot, but your grenadiers have deployed there. And you can hear that cavalry has countercharged, so that was probably a sniper's second cavalry wing or whatever. They have countercharged the enemy to your north. What should be more interesting for you is that enemy hussars have tried to charge your infantry line, which was advancing to the south, but as they were already deployed in lines, they delivered some very brutal volleys on them, and then the what are these dragoons from Dogpilot guarding your right flank countercharged them once they were repelled, and they are now pursuing them to the south.
Beautiful.
Yes.
Okay, so for the moment the orders for me stay the same, so the infantry should, let's say, form up properly.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I see too many infantry, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What's... Sorry, because I see my infantry. So to the north are my grenadiers, north of my... Sorry, what the reader
yes,
is.
Yes, yes.
Those are my grenadiers.
Yes.
So the extra units which are with my infantry, I guess, are the grenadiers of sniper.
Exactly.
Okay, makes sense. So I want my infantry to continue move south. They may also slow down to form a proper line.
Mm-hmm.
And artillery and supplies still follow. And I want the grenadiers to continue, maintaining more or less the position reference to my infantry. So move south, but always covering the north eastern flank.
Okay, perfect.
And I will send a couple of dispatches.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Jan.
Thank you. Okay. Let's see. This guy needs to move. Hallo, hallo.
Ich habe sehr viel zu verarbeiten. Es gibt abgefangene gegnerische Dispatcher und... Also ich hätte es nicht gedacht, es ist tatsächlich stressiger, High Command zu spielen, als vor Ort zu sein.
Ja, manchmal ist das so.
Aber das hat bisher auch gut funktioniert. Ich habe das erste Mal echtes Lagebild, wo es noch etwas Verwirrung gibt bei der Situation in Kolm.
Ja, aus der Richtung hörst du auch weiter Gefechtslärm. Ja, das ist auch alles, was du hören kannst. Die Späher berichten, dass die preußische Kolonne im Norden sich Richtung Westen bewegt.
Ja. Hundstein haben die jetzt nichts mehr selber in Hundstein gesehen.
In Hundstein selber nichts mehr, nein. Die Kolonne bewegt sich gerade durch Mariaschein.
Mhm. Okay, dann habe ich folgenden Befehl. Es sollen sowohl die 5 Regimenter auf der Straße als auch die, die sich aktuell im Wald befinden, alles unternehmen, um diese Kolonne anzugreifen.
Mhm. Okay.
Und zwar muss ich noch am besten operativ noch was überlegen. Also da sind sie jetzt momentan im Dorf und im Wald.
Ja.
Das ist schlecht. Also die Artillerie soll auf jeden Fall zwischen die beiden Wälder beim Schriftzug Sobbochleben aufgestellt werden. Da einmal aufstellen.
Jo.
Die 5 Regimenter, die jetzt noch auf der Chaussee sind, davon sollen 2 Regimenter in den Wald, die restlichen 3 links daneben aufstellen. An der Waldgrenze. Und die jetzt nördlich von Sobbochleben, die sollen Hundstein besetzen und Morsch. Jeweils in 2 Regimentern. Ich gebe dir mal so einen groben, vielleicht Screenshot. Vielleicht, dass es nicht ganz so verwirrend wird.
Du hast eins der Regimenter noch bei dir in Sobbochleben. Soll das bei dir bleiben, oder?
Nee, das kann dann in den Wald, da ist jetzt eine Lücke.
Okay.
Am besten, was ich machen möchte... Möchte ich die jetzt schon zum Kampf... Nee, wir lassen es so. Die sollen einfach neutral die Befehle ausführen. Und die Nachrichten kommen, wie gesagt, immer nachgelagert. Der Supply kommt ja dann nach Sobbochleben zum Depot.
Ja.
Ich selber bewege mich vielleicht noch zu der Artillerie.
Okay, soll, falls die Feinde in Sicht hat, soll sie dann schon schießen, oder?
Ja, die werden mich ja da im Offenen auf jeden Fall sehen. Ich schreibe noch ein paar Nachrichten. Danke,
Ja,
Jan.
klar.
Here, so presumably they'd put in some fire as they advance.
Cressies aren't attacking them, though. They're going over here.
Yeah, but they're in, as they come in, I guess they get a couple volleys on them at least. So.
Not sure I agree, but
I don't know. What do you think, Jan?
Where are you?
We're over here.
Yes.
We've got 4 bodies of scattered hussars gathering as cuirassiers sweep around the hill as infantry wheel and drop down over here and try and shoot at the cuirassiers in passing.
Okay. Yeah, they will certainly shoot first, and then depending of.
Even though they had to move 90 degrees and 400 paces before they could shoot.
I don't think they actually have to move that far. I mean, they are sitting here in sort of a
they were like
fortified
there.
position.
They were like there, and they moved like there.
Yeah.
All right.
I think they can shoot at the passing units there.
Okay, take the shot. That's white one, I think.
Yeah.
We have a very brave cavalry charge going on right here.
Which one's the shattered cavalry?
A countercharge against the countercharge.
But also with these artillery pieces in support. So they are going to hit the charging hussars. Charging dragoons.
They're going to try. I mean, these guys are in close pursuit, aren't they?
Sure.
Yeah.
I told him that, but he seems to.
Hopefully they don't hit the hussars.
No.
So this thing here hit apply only in bad terrain. So is that the infantry managed?
I guess that's nothing then, because they're not in.
Yeah, that's nothing.
They're not in bad terrain. Yeah. So now we've got 4 hussars against 4 cuirassiers and 2 hussars.
Although would only the first rank actually get to engage, or I don't know how the system handles that.
Probably. So just 4 versus 2 then, yeah.
Yeah, and
or I mean, maybe they would farm up like that to, I don't know.
Yeah, I would say they would try to cover the whole flank there.
Yeah.
Probably not the Prussians because they had to wheel around.
So that is heavy cavalry. 1. So that is not. That is a rout. That is. So 2 hits and a rout from the Prussians to the Austrians.
We don't have advantage. They don't have advantage.
That's not close range. That's nothing from the artillery.
And yeah, so none of them. They don't have advantage. I don't. Is that right?
I don't.
It says advantage in all of them. So does that mean nothing hits? Or?
Wait.
Yeah. Does that mean that the hussars don't do anything since all these have an advantage ADV in front of them? Is that right?
I believe so, but I'm sort of listening for Jan, and Jan's doing something else he needs to do.
Just a second.
We can.
Don't give him that. Nonetheless, that's a rout on these boys. Like so. Whoops. And what's that? Advantage hit medium? No. So, which result was that?
Sorry, actually, I need to go back and get more orders.
Does this mean the hussars don't have advantage? So do they do nothing here, right?
Only medium. Only that's not the case. Yeah, that's nothing.
Okay.
So the hussars probably fall back, and
They
try
right,
and drive through the supply trains. So we'll see if they get there. Do they get there? Do you think? Or
these guys didn't take a hit, so they'd probably try and rally around them.
I think the whole body's going to fall back, but they did buy enough time.
Yeah.
That they don't contact the supply trains. Just update.
I guess they'd be rallying by the supply trains anyway, so they'd go there.
They can try. All right. I need to go get those orders. Sorry, be right back.
no, there's no need to place these there immediately. Delivered anyway. Do we have a message from Amentes?
That's
no.
Which map
Wait. Just let's rewind the time. And now see if any piece fell through the map. Doesn't look so. Well, looks good.
Okay, that's resolved. I'm back. Yeah, Crusader just wants to fall back if they make any sign of trying to attack him. So he falls back.
Okay.
They'd probably try and pursue, I guess, since they've come 1.5, so they can go another like 3 or so.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I think this is as far back as he wanted to come, so he can go there and yeah.
They'd recover a bit.
I will be right back.
Sure.
And that.
Oh,
Let's
right,
go
these
over it.
guys,
So let's see, we are running for about 3 hours, 45 minutes we're planning. And we made 2 hours game time. That's not too bad.
That's almost real time, so.
Yeah.
When you consider the planning. How many more turns are we planning to do?
It really depends if we think there is a decision or most likely outcome.
Let's see here. I mean, the Prussians are still gaining ground here. I don't think the Prussians are likely to or trying to punch out this position.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
They're not. They're trying to cut around behind it, and they're doing that with some weight. But I don't think they can carry the line without more troops.
And they're probably going to break through here as well. So.
But on the other hand, yeah, the Prussians are punching through towards Karwitz.
And they've got.
Probably they encounter Thiel at some point.
Sorry?
They would probably encounter Thiel at some point, and then they'll have to think about what to do about it.
Yeah.
Although they do still have like 2 divisions or something, or 2 brigades. I don't know what these are, but in reserve, so.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is that Amentes, with his infantry reinforcements, now tries to focus on this column of Carolingian.
Is he aware of? Yeah,
he's aware of the movement there.
Okay.
These the 62nd Grenzer are to go under his command.
Are the 1st and 2nd, are these Grenzers or whatever these are?
These are Grenadiers.
And they're heading towards the west?
They are ordered to sort of form a defensive position here, which should allow then Crusader to fall back. And they are under command of Crusader now. There should be a message somewhere delivered to him that tells him that.
So yeah, please take the command. Yep, it's in the messages. So yes.
Okay.
Cool.
The 62nd Grenzer are to go under Amentes' command now, so whoever's doing a Mentis should probably let them know.
All right.
And back.
Yeah, this might give him the weight he needs to actually deal with KB versus just buying time and falling back to his toplets. Toplets is fortified, but he doesn't have enough in front of it to slow down this huge weight heading towards him.
Yeah, certainly not.
Well, not to stop. Slow down, sure. But,
yeah, again, but it's, sort of resembles what we've seen in the previous iterations of this scenario. That each player is sort of focusing on their own sector and not trying to concentrate the army somewhere.
Much more heavy fighting up here, though. Like I think
that's true.
Austrians are fighting a lot further forward.
And I see Sam is doing a Sam move again.
He is going to invade Prussia early.
Yeah. All right.
By 5 p.m., he'll have reached the fighting.
Yeah.
By 5 p.m., he'll reach Berlin.
Okay.
Do rallying. Do next turn. Do rallying units. Just move down to 1.
Yes, I mean these are out of the thick for some time. You can just remove the rally tokens from them, so that's all right.
Gotcha.
Okay, let's continue. 0900. Yes, do that.
I'll move this dice out of the way. Alright. I sort of enjoy, like, Dog is finding, like, more and more of his commanders not in his field of view. Oh, that's a good message. I don't know what's happening. What's the situation?
What is even going on?
You are in command, not in control.
There you go.
Yeah, let's try that again. I'll give him more view.
So I will deliver these messages to Amentus. This one. Oops. Oh.
I guess I don't think there's any offensive message would get captured since it's, or maybe, I don't know.
Where do I move this one? That should be delivered. Carolingian, where is he?
Yeah, and do you think there's any chance of this message getting captured here? Since it's basically going through this fight. I might try to go around that way, I guess, but it's so much longer route.
Yes, I mean, we could say, you could argue that the messenger is seeing what's going on here and trying to avoid this and go around.
Yeah.
So yeah.
That probably makes more sense.
Yeah. Should be delivered as well. What else is moving around here? Theol to Crusader. Okay, interesting. Did I actually send a report to Mendes? Yes, I did. Alright, here we are, 0900. Your infantry is reforming and refitting their lines. The grenadiers in the north are still holding their position. They are guarding captured hussars and make sure that the enemy cavalry that they report there is not coming back.
So wait, did some kind of attacks so came from the northeast or not?
I mean, that was about, I don't know, half an hour ago or so, but they were repulsed.
Okay.
So
perfect.
To your south, you can see that dog pilots, dragoons are still chasing down enemy hussars. There was another sort of countercharge against them, which they just pushed to the south. What you can see, though, is that there is an artillery position to your southeast on that hill there.
Yeah.
Which could probably soon open fire on your infantry.
Okay, so let's say my infantry is almost in range of that artillery, right?
Yes.
Okay. Am I getting no replies to my dispatches yet?
That seems to be the case. I'm seeing no messengers moving around here. I mean, I see a lot moving around, but none of them has reached you so far.
Okay, well, that's Kriegsspiel, kein Problem.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want my infantry to converge to the southeast. I want them to move essentially towards Auschine, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I want my artillery to deploy in the woods, which are just south of my infantry, and start shelling the artillery position on the hill.
Okay, so your double line should move to the southeast on that small hill there, or did I get that right?
Exactly, towards, and then essentially, let's say, having my left flank of infantry towards, how it's called this village, where we need the Deutsch Neudorf, and then the rest essentially moving towards the hill. So yeah, essentially from this position, southeast.
Okay.
And the grenadiers behind my left flank.
Yes.
Okay. What's the ammunition situation? Because I see two of my infantry units have this ammunition sign on them.
Yeah, that's sort of abstracted, sort of high usage of ammunition, but also wariness of the troops. So they got a bit disrupted by the charge attempt from the hussars. That's all right. They will be great in a second again.
Okay, perfect. I will keep spamming dispatches and then we will see. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So. Du hörst Artilleriefeuer aus dem Osten. Ost-Nordost. Und deine Speer berichten, dass die Kolonne weiterzieht. Die Artillerie hat so ein paar Schüsse noch abgegeben, aber konnte sie aufgrund der Siedlung dann nicht mehr und des Waldes nicht mehr so richtig gut treffen. Und ich glaube, darüber bist du informiert. Du hast diese Grenze unter der Kontrolle, dieses 62. Regiment.
Ja, das kann direkt zurück nach Kolm.
Okay.
Das ist in Pristen, soweit ich weiß.
Ja, sie sind schon in Hundstein.
Ach, die sind schon in Hundstein.
Ja.
Ja, dann gehen sie trotzdem wieder zurück.
Okay.
Nach Kolm.
Jawohl.
Die haben aber nichts gesehen.
Die haben nichts weiter gesehen, ne.
Ja, okay, dann können die zurück nach Kolm. Jetzt ist der Befehl... Ich habe ja leider nur so langsames Fußvolk hier.
Mhm.
Aber irgendwo muss ja Infanterie sein. Ich krieg überall berichtet, dass Kavallerie. Bisschen. Also ich habe echt irgendwie 8 Meldungen. Also ich habe Meldungen, dass eben in. Ja, ist ja auch egal für dich. Auf jeden Fall kriege ich überall Kavallerie. Es geht weiter und zwar wird jetzt. Warum haben die Disruption? Einfach nur, weil die durch den Wald gelaufen sind?
Genau, Linie Infanterie im Wald.
Ja, okay, ist verständlich. Dann sollen die 3 Grenadiere, nicht Grenadiere, Entschuldigung, das ist falsch, die 3 Musketiere, die jetzt noch südwestlich außerhalb vom Wald sind, sollen schnellstmöglich vorstoßen Richtung St. Prokop. Die Linieninfanterie, die im Wald war, soll auch in diese Richtung quasi an den Wald angrenzend da gehen. Und die östlichen Regimenter sollen nach Mariaschein rein. In Linie können die eine große Linie bilden, nach Mariaschein vormarschieren.
Okay, möchtest du die Artillerie da behalten oder verlegen?
Die Artillerie, ja, wie weit kann die denn jetzt hier? Ach, über schweres Gelände, ist also schrecklich. Die Artillerie soll am besten okay, jetzt ist es egal, jetzt machen wir es so. Ich schicke dir einen Screenshot. Die Artillerie kommt in die Lücke bei St. Prokop, da machen wir eine Lücke für die.
Okay.
Ich schicke dir nochmal einen Screenshot. Die können sich alle ruhig ein wenig beeilen. Also am besten stürmen. Also wenn ich den Befehl geben darf.
Ja, sicher.
Vielleicht die bei Mariaschein ein bisschen mehr in die Stadt rein, nicht so weit nach unten. Die letzten 2 Regimenter da. Die sollen da schon geordnet angreifen. Ich habe es jetzt einfach nur dahin geschmissen.
Ja, sieht gut aus.
Okay, das war's.
Prima.
Any more dispatches for me? Da waren noch 1, 2 Meldereiter.
Ja. Schauen wir doch mal, was haben wir denn da? Ich glaube, der hier soll tatsächlich noch ankommen. Der andere ist nicht für dich bestimmt.
Okay, ja, danke. Ich schreibe wieder eine Nachricht.
Na klar.
Going on the cavalry over here too.
These guys haven't. They've just been ordered to continue charging, and the infantry's coming up.
Okay, these guys have been.
These guys.
Most guys are all charging you. Try and catch them in the open, in that opening. And these guys are trying to get in behind them, but I think they'll get to about this far, look at all the infantry coming and say, bugger that, and turn around.
They'll be fully recovered now.
But we've got. Do we think the dragoons would pile in somehow? Well, we've got just into the frontage here.
I mean, I doubt they'd go into the forest, but they might get like 1 in if they.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Okay, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3.
And there might be another fight on this road here between them.
Oh, yeah, these guys are...
Since that's a clear road.
These guys will not be trying to fight them, they'll just be trying to get away from them. But they may fail to do so. Let's see what goes on here. Oh god. Wait, let's actually separate these properly. And try again. Because they all jumbled together in midair.
Maybe we should... Can you not turn off the physics, I think, might fix it, I'm not sure. It's already...
There we go.
Or maybe turning up gravity.
So, advantage. Do these... So, do... Numbers of position versus... Wait, who do we think has the advantage here?
Are the Hussars charging, or...?
Yes. I think both sides are
I guess... I mean, Prussians may have a slight weight advantage, but it's only one regiment, so... Or one squadron.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like Prussians, or maybe no one has advantage. Prussians have slight weight. The Austrians have slight position, so it cancels out.
Yeah, so we'll just ignore any hits with advantage.
Yep. Advantage.
So one route for the Austrians.
Route also in Forest Town. Yep, well, that's fair. That's route also. Yep. So route, hit. Okay, so the Prussians do work. That's a hit and 2 routes against 1 route back. Oh, that's 3.
Something like that.
Okay. Which means, yeah, these guys...
How far do you retreat when you're righted? Is that a rule, or is it just...
I'm gonna say the whole lot fall back, like a square, because they were doing something else this round. Yeah, and then these guys just fall back to here. So forward to here. That's a shock, and then this guy is going to fall back into this teeth here. These guys can start moving up.
And the dragoons will probably take their place. Should we give advantage to the dragoons since they're withdrawing?
Advantage to the dragoons for weight.
And weight, yeah.
So get these guys around.
Yeah. Oops, that's the dice. So we do. I've moved down.
These guys charge half an hour. No, I think that's enough.
I guess we've got that arrives.
Okay.
Now thinking about it, I mean, these guys are in their little citadel. Loggy has a citadel here, but if he runs out of ammunition, he's in trouble because there isn't any more coming.
Yep.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, that implies a sustained attack against him, which the Prussians don't have the infantry here to do.
Yeah, and cavalry's not getting in there, it's too heavily enforested.
So historically, Colm was the only real position here on this map where sort of extensive fighting took place. And the Habsburg forces holding Colm were sort of forced to retire from this position once the Prussians circled or threatened to circle around and cut off their lines of communications.
Well, they've done that.
Yeah, that's basically,
basically
historical then.
But the only thing here is there were cuirassiers and hussars here because they just didn't have any orders to do anything. So then they came back onto these hills.
Yeah. I mean, it's basically the commander's decision. Does he want to stay and hold out as long as he can or not?
Operational context is this is a massive raid from hell, right?
Yes.
Like this Prussians aren't trying to take anything, so
no, they are just here to ravage.
They can say, they can just sit there and say, all right, well, Prussians, if you really want to dig us out, you probably can. But it will take you time and blood.
Yes.
Or you can just go past us and try and burn covets.
Right.
Although if they go past, they risk an Austrian brigade or so in the rear, which isn't great, obviously.
True.
All right. Do we have anything else to resolve, or are we good to go?
I think we're good.
We're good.
We got these guys have gone tangled. These guys are under orders now. That's fine. This has happened here. Yeah, I think we're good.
All right. Continue to 0915.
Erase the lines, please.
Erase the lines, and good to give reports.
Sorry, where is oh, there he is. Yep, sure. We don't need to do a token here. It'll just get there. It's a message from Dog to Edo, so it'll arrive in one turn.
Yeah, Edo was wondering if he would get a reply from anybody he was texting to, but
I don't know if it is a reply. It's just sort of a, hey, can I have my dragoons back? Do you know where they are and what they're doing?
Okay. These guys need to be moved.
I'm being a little bit generous to Crusader. Give him just a little bit of vision so you can see the dragoons starting to approach.
So these should arrive this turn. Crusader.
I don't even know how this town is pronounced. But this has just been the bane of my existence this whole time.
Deutsch Neudörfel.
Deutsch Neudörfel. Oh, okay. Oh.
There you go.
I see Knight trying to sound that out in his head.
Fair.
That was a question?
Oh, I was going to say, in case Edo moves up, the Austrian Grenzers under Theo and Deutsch Neudörfel are undercover. They've been there for over an hour and a half building cover and stuff, so I don't know.
Okay.
And of course, these his artillery is continuing to fire on.
Yeah, sure.
Is this artillery firing? Can it be heard from Sam, who is over
yes,
there?
Yeah,
I think so. Huh?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's pretty high up.
All right, here I am. So, let's see. The enemy artillery has opened fire on your infantry, causing a little bit of disruption there. You were shifting over to the east to take that hill, and the artillery is coming up as you ordered. You can see to the south that the Dogpilot's dragoons have halted. They do not continue to charge after the Austrian hussars. And to the north of you, your grenadiers are coming up behind you. And you can see indications that Deutsch Neudörfel is occupied by enemy troops.
Perfect. Okay, question. The general Dogpile asked me if I can order his dragoons back. The question, can I do it? They're a bit far away from me, but...
You can send a rider over, that's no problem. We can do that.
I will send a rider to them and then to order them to rejoin with Dogpile's forces. I keep advancing to the southeast, and I guess my artillery is ready to open fire against enemy artillery.
Yeah, they will be in position.
Okay, perfect. So just continue advance towards the hill. Okay. The artillery shelling, the grenadiers following the infantry. Those are my orders.
Perfect. And if your flank gets attacked from Deutsch Neudörfel, do you want to react to that or avoid the town or?
Well, if the infantry in Deutsches Dörfler moves towards me, then yes. If not, well, because the point is expect the sniper to move also to Deutsche Neudörfler. So if he doesn't attack, then stall the attack and face this infantry first.
Okay.
Okay. If not, if he follows the attack, then just continue straight for the hill and let him handle the infantry there.
All right, perfect.
Yeah, thank you.
So, ja, deine Truppen haben den Vormarsch begonnen. Sie kommen natürlich jetzt, weil sie hin und her wechseln müssen zwischen ihren ganzen Formationen, nicht so richtig schnell vorwärts, wie du dir das erhoffst, aber jo, alles ist in Bewegung. Du bist gemutet, falls du da bist.
Ja.
Okay, achso, die Scouts berichten dir noch, dass der Feind jetzt scheinbar Rosenthal besetzt hat.
Ja, Supply und so weiter, und ich selber werde Sobochleben verlassen, nach St. Prokop gehen. Es wird weiter Angriff auf jegliche Feindposition Richtung Westen veranlasst. Die Artillerie kann jetzt abbiegen und in St. Robkop Aufstellung nehmen. Die anderen Truppen sollen Rosenthal angreifen. Eigentlich habe ich, glaube ich, das Gefühl, dass wir bei Aussicht riesige Probleme haben, aber ich komme da unten nicht mehr hin. Und hier war leider nur Kavallerie vor meiner Nase und hat uns deswegen stark abgelenkt. Aber jetzt müssen die noch so schnell wie es geht nach Westen, denn das ist näher, dass ich da irgendwie zum Feind komme. Auch wieder schnell. Die hinteren können ja noch, so weit wie es geht, auf Linie bleiben, auch Risiken nehmen. Einfach nur schnell gegen Westen marschieren.
Willst du Rosenthal nicht mehr angreifen? Sondern nach Westen?
Also das ist ja für die nördlichen Truppen, die aus Mariaschein kommen, ja auf dem Weg.
Ja.
Die können das angreifen, aber die Truppen, die hier im Süden stehen, die können direkt nach Probstau und so weiter weiterziehen.
Ah, alles klar.
Die Artillerie kann sich in Probstau aber verschanzen.
Die Artillerie nach Probstau.
Obwohl, das ist jetzt auch die andere Frage. Ja, sie soll nach Probstau aber nicht abgeprotzt werden.
Okay, und du gehst aber nach St. Prokop, ja? Habe ich das richtig?
Ja, die Artillerie auch nach Prokop, nicht Probstau, sorry.
Okay.
Also die nördlichen greifen Rosenthal an, die südlichen gehen nach Probstau, die Artillerie und ich selber in St. Prokop.
Jawohl.
Und wir hoffen, dass wir irgendwann noch Feind finden. Okay. Die Nachricht, die ist noch aus letzter Runde, also ich habe die halt kurz bevor du kamst erst fertig gekriegt. Weiß ich nicht, ob du das noch irgendwie durchbekommst.
Ja, will ich mal großzügig sein,
Ja. Nee, warte. Entschuldigung, darf nicht. Mach's nicht. Ich habe nämlich die 9:15 Uhr Nachricht, die habe ich dann da schon mit eingebaut.
Ah, okay.
Ich dachte irgendwie, das wären noch Nachrichten, die eben von eben kamen. Ich habe sie jetzt eingebaut, das passt. Dann schickst du erst diese Runde los. Das ist gerechter. Weil ich das da oben schon eingebaut habe.
Alles klar. Huch. Aber dieses Hin- und Her-Tappen und dann schreibt man plötzlich in Discord und nicht im Tabletop-Simulator.
Ja, ist auch wieder Mist geschrieben, aber egal. Ich bin nicht so gut wie Butterblümchen, der kann ja Romane schreiben in 10 Sekunden. 10 Sekunden hat er auch nicht gebraucht, aber.
Braucht schon länger, ja. Okay.
Das ist tatsächlich interessant. Also ich glaube, ich habe immer nur auf unteren Levels gespielt. Ich war noch nie High Command. Das ist irgendwie interessant. Da schwitzt man tatsächlich echt mehr, als wenn man irgendwo...
Ja, man muss ja viel koordinieren, ne?
Ja, und dann hat man das eine gerade geschrieben und dann kommt wieder die nächste Nachricht rein und kannst du das alles wieder in den Haufen werfen und dabei eine konsistente Strategie zu haben, ist echt schwierig. Ja, aber jetzt heißt es auf in den Westen.
Genau.
One of these.
Roll. I guess that's canisters, though. 2 units. So I guess
that's the right dice for canister, isn't it? Yeah.
It's just the same for all of them. So they had 2 units, so that's both of them.
Okay.
This is bad terrain, so these guys right.
Do these guys have hit in bad terrain? Oh, yeah.
Well, they're in bad terrain, so I think there's a wood and it's hilly, and it's kind of a town as well. So.
Okay, and while they're grenadiers on the attack, but I don't know if that qualifies for an advantage.
I mean, they've got a hill and it's wooded, so I don't know how much.
Not against that terrain.
Yes, I think not.
We can just say they cancel out. So
yeah,
they're righted.
Yep,
and they probably withdraw as well.
Yep, they'll fall back in this direction. These guys were sent to charge down this road and try and hit these grenadiers in the rear, but the grenadiers are no longer there.
There was hussars going from there to cover out, basically protect this road, which obviously they've not really done, but they might encounter some hussars as they're moving, but I don't know.
I think it's a delay to get the orders, so because the order has to go here, charge. So I think they go here.
Yeah.
There's no one there. They run through like this. Like, sir, there's no one in that road. We think they've all pulled back onto the hill.
They'd probably go on that hill, I guess, since they were ordered to basically secure a line from there.
These guys are ordered to intercept any reinforcements heading up the road.
Mm-hmm. They are double timed, so they're already hit. So
they're double timed in march column, and they're going to get charged by hussars.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's bad for them.
I mean, even hussars who are they know they shouldn't normally be fighting infantry, but the infantry are achingly vulnerable like that. Do the infantry even shoot back, charge in the flank in double time march column?
I don't think so.
Route and advantage. So hit and so the second hit to that. If they're already hit, do they just disperse or they just double routed?
You could say they're shattered. Yeah.
With that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Which basically means they are out of the game, but yeah.
Yeah. Should we just take them off the board, or
there's light cavalry chasing them, so they're not going to get away.
No.
Yeah, I'll just remove them.
Yep. And then these guys are retreating towards Kirklitz. So,
what's the Crusader ordered with those hussars here?
He is retreating everything towards Kirklitz.
Okay.
So he is pulling. I think it's reasonable. Like, if they're retreating, it's reasonable for routed people to follow a retreat order. Run that way.
Yeah.
Yep.
Although they're probably still going to get pursued by these since they're.
That's fine. Yeah, they're being pursued, but they are hussars. They're lithe and everything, so they can't get away, but they can't get caught either. It's just like it's like those massive multi-turn cavalry pursuits. If the cavalry is pursuing them, then they can't rally, but they also they're just ahead of them.
They're
and running.
Rallying guys.
And we'll put General here. If here at this crossroads, he can see the retreat happening. I should put him here so that he can see.
Although they've also ordered these cuirassiers to go in and support them, but I guess they wouldn't really reach them. They'd just be...
No,
they can follow them in good order down the road, and if they ever stop, then they can... Yeah.
So, I have a question regarding the situation with Sniper and Theo over here. Deutsch Neudörfel.
Sniper is merely holding Routney.
Okay, so he's not advancing? No attack?
Correct. Right.
Then...
And Theo is holding Deutsch? No, Neudörfel.
Well then, these guys will attack.
Did you do the cavalry or the artillery for this?
Not yet.
I know you did it last turn.
Yeah. Not yet. And there's also enemy artillery now in place to counter battery them.
Oh yeah. What's up with Loggy's cavalry here? Are they looking straight at this Prussian artillery out in the open?
Well, they're ordered not to engage. They're basically just meant to hold a line of communication to this other cavalry where they're orders, so...
Gotcha.
I doubt they charge. Plus, they've only just arrived there, so they wouldn't have the movement.
Okay, they actually hit 2 units. And is this still medium range? I don't think... No, it's not. That's gone. That's nothing. Advantage. I mean, they are sort of massed, but I think that's nothing. Okay, let's see what the infantry has to say. So experience only, which is not the case, and the enemy's on a hill, so that would be another hit on these guys. And they come back with nothing and nothing. They are routing to the rear, disrupting these guys and these guys.
Tell Loggy in his update about the Thunder Run. I mean, sort of all these heavy cavalry emerging from the smoke, charging down the central street of the town and out the other side. And yes, he beat off a grenadier attack.
Oh, I see Sam will be eventually hit next turn.
Sam's about to find himself in a world of pain with all of these dragoons over here, ready to... Imagine spending 6 hours walking around the map only to get screwed the second you get up here.
Well, I guess Sam scouts and tells Sam, hey, by the way, there's like thousands of dragoons over there.
Yeah.
So maybe we go the other way and just march backwards.
All right.
And knowing Sam, he's not going to do that.
Sam's done a flank march to get into the enemy rear. He wants to do that. He wants to use that. I guess if he gets into the town, maybe. If he's in the town, he could hold off the dragoons.
Jan?
I mean, they're dragoons, we can dismay, I guess.
Oh, he's cavalry too, isn't he? Yeah.
Yeah.
So dragoons.
Here you have Armentus.
They'll be equal, I guess.
And I have a dragoon from Caro who are moving down, and the order for the dragoon was to. It's Hussar. For the Hussar was to move to the south of Saint Prokop, but they will not do it because there is this infantry. Will stop before, but I don't know if Armentus should be moved behind because of the danger of the Hussar.
Yeah. Would you say there's a chance for them to actually reach him, or does he just wait?
I don't think so, because they will see the infantry and they will stop moving.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Nick, I've got 2 units of Caro's Hussars over here in the west. Are they exist or are they dead?
Sorry, where?
I've got 2 units of Caro's Hussars here.
Ah, to the far west.
Far west?
Are they real? Or are they meant to be somewhere else?
Real?
No. What are they?
This unit's real. This unit's very, very slowly trying to get to the front line. It's like, I wonder, did it run into some Prussians?
Let me check. It should not. Is it the last?
Say yes for the last.
No, he has only two Hussars. So no, it's a mistake. I don't know what they are doing there. You can delete them.
Okay.
Okay, no problem. I will report to Crusader that his Hussars say they deleted 2 enemy units.
All right.
Okay.
Let's continue. 9:30.
All right. I'll get these dice out of the way. Stop that. Okay. Try again. I'll deliver. Crusader will get a couple of couriers in a sec.
Yeah.
Just take a screenshot. Okay, that's fine. Cool.
All right. So let me see. I think there's another dispatch to you.
Yeah, I got some informations now, thank you. Oh, beautiful.
Alright, so your artillery has opened fire, counter battery fire on the enemy guns. You are advancing, however, it appears that there are some very experienced Grenzer in Deutsch Neudörfel which have sort of barricaded the town and routed one of your battalions. You are engaged with them because Sniper did not commence the attack on Deutsch Neudörfel but is holding Rautknife for now.
I see, yeah. Okay, so orders for my infantry to stop the attack and reorganize slightly more to the north. So, well, I think if they stay there, they probably are out of range. So just get out of range from the infantry in the village and reorganize. And I want my grenadiers to move towards the artillery to protect them.
Yes.
And important, I send a courier to the dragoons, which I sent actually back to Doc Pilot.
Yes.
Ordering them to hold the position.
Okay.
And protect the artillery from the light cavalry, which I see on the southwest.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah. And additionally, I move myself to Sniper.
To Sniper, alright. Okay, cool. Looks good.
Thank you, Jan.
So.
Hallo Jan.
Du bist ausgewichen aus St. Prokop, weil 2 feindliche Husarenschwadronen auf dem Weg dahin waren. Hast du dich hinter deine Infanterie zurückgezogen, konntest aber sehen, dass der Feind die Höhen nordöstlich von Rosenthal besetzt hält und deine Infanterie über Mariaschein weiter vorrückt.
Okay, dann auf jeden Fall die jetzt direkt vor mir stehenden Truppen sollen deployen und nach Norden angreifen auf Rosenthal. Die im Westen marschierenden Truppen aus Mariaschein sollen das auch tun. Die Artillerie soll auf Prokop Aufstellung nehmen und Feuer eröffnen.
Okay.
Ein Regiment wird in Prokop zur Deckung der Artillerie und meiner Position zurückgehalten. Die Supply-Wagen sollen jetzt, in der Mitte von denen befindet sich eine Straße, die nach Nordwesten abführt. Die sollen die nehmen. Also die Straße, nicht direkt die nach Prokop, sondern die nach 1 nordöstlicher liegt.
Die zwischen Prokop und Sobotten vorbeiläuft?
Ja, die genau jetzt in der Mitte von dem Zug aktuell ist. Also der zweite Wagen könnte direkt nach Norden abbiegen.
Ja, ich sehe schon. Ja. Okay.
Ja.
Okay.
Fazit ist immer noch, ich kann nicht mehr rechtzeitig zur Verstärkung der anderen kommen, also muss ich jetzt hier was vernichten. Sam Miller, bitte.
Ja. Wo ist er?
Ja, weiß ich nicht. Er reitet herum. Aber ich werde jetzt seinen Namen alle Ehre machen und hier einen Angriff fahren.
Wunderbar. Okay, this guy is intercepted. These are moved. Actually, here we need to roll if they are intercepted. Which they will be, probably. No. Evades and gets to Logi. To his ass with love. The Dragoons of Dogpilot have received new orders from their overall commander to protect the guns. So they are not allowed to move back.
Oh. Sniper's Dragoons are heading straight in the direction of Sam's units to capture this hill, and they don't know that they're about to run into Sam's force. I guess that might happen now.
Yeah. Maybe. I mean, there's still this creek in between. So which they cross, but I don't think they will actually.
Yeah, it would be pretty much just right there. Yeah. Because they're in line, and then they're also off the road now.
Mm-hmm. I mean, these Grandsters will just capitulate right there. Okay, let's see what the artillery can do. Do they have any orders for counter battery fire, or do they keep firing on the infantry?
Keep firing on the infantry. These guys are going to move backwards though.
Hit at medium to close range. Yeah, we give it. We give them that. And massive counter battery fire. Nothing. Road if close. Nothing. 2 hits medium. No. Advantage. That's again nothing.
Tunis? Tunis?
Oh, what's that?
This messenger was already moved?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Playing bad terrain, which is not the case. Advantage.
These cavalry are just breaking off, so I think this engagement pretty much over.
Yeah, Dog has decided to stop fighting for the hill. He's decided to pull back and regroup with the main body at Routney.
Would the artillery be able to fire on these cuirassiers, you think? From here? I mean, this hill's kind of in the way, but...
Yeah.
They're trying to be behind the hill. Whether they've succeeded or not is up to you guys.
Plus they were retreating, so I guess they might get some shots off before they got into position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sounds good.
Can you roll with disadvantage on the artillery or something like that? Or, I'm not entirely sure how it works.
So, what do we have here? That would be 2 hits. Medium to close range, which is the case, even if they have fired longer than 15 minutes. So that would be 2 disruptions.
It's fine. They're pulling back anyway. So wait, this cavalry here, are they? What's going on with these? Because I know Dog saw them and started to order them north.
They have immediate order from their overall commander to stay in position and guard the guns.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, so I think maybe next turn we might have some sort of decision, maybe the turn after, because Edo has taken quite some disruption here, unfortunately for him.
There's a massive...
Yeah, we have this cavalry engagement there. Amentis is now trying to attack Rosenthal. I mean, it's all pretty slow going anyway, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see. Okay, I think we are good to continue to 0945.
Okay.
I will erase the lines and give reports, please.
The yellow line, the yellow hand of justice has reappeared.
I've started just photoshopping the hands out of the way, replacing them with a middle finger.
Actually, that was something I wanted to ask. Did these guys? Yeah, these guys made them surrender. Yeah, so the Hussars are probably. Let me just roll to see what the Hussars are going to do in the absence of.
Sniper is doing this whole thing on his tablet. Props to him.
Okay.
This message here is cut off. From who is this? This one here from Colm. You need to paste it into the description, but I can probably copy that over. Who is that Colm? That is.
Must be Loggy.
Loggy. Let's see.
This is interesting.
When has he sent that message? Holding call. There it is. And he gets a captured one as well. All right, it's all going a bit unfortunate for you here. Another of your regiments did break en route back to the supply trains because they didn't manage to move out of the combat situation there on their own. The enemy artillery is still playing on you, and let's see, the grenadiers are almost in position to cover the guns, as are the dragoons, which you ordered to turn back. And you can see to the north that there is an enemy formation forming directly east of that town.
What a situation. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, give me one moment. I want to think about it.
No worries. Hallo.
Hallo, hallo.
Ja, der Vormarsch braucht irgendwie alles ein bisschen länger, ne?
Du bist wieder etwas leiser, als ob das bei mir liegt.
Ja, kann auch an mir liegen.
Nee, lag an dir, jetzt ist besser,
okay.
danke.
Perfekt. Also der Aufmarsch der Truppen dauert leider ein bisschen länger, weil sie hier deployed aufrücken. Es sieht so aus, als ob der Feind sich leicht nach Westen verschiebt von Rosenthal weg. Ansonsten hörst du weiterhin Artilleriefeuer aus dem Nordosten. Und glaube, das ist es in etwa. Ja.
Nordosten.
Ja, oder Nordosten.
Direkt Osten. Ja,
sagen wir mal sehen, wenn wir die Linie ziehen. Ne, direkt Osten ist es nicht, aber dann sagen wir mal Nordosten ist wohl besser. Und du kriegst eine Nachricht von einem Bataillon der 61. Grenzer. Sie sitzen noch immer in Kraupen und fragen sich, was hier wohl los ist.
Wo ist Kraupen?
Kraupen ist direkt nördlich von dir. Nördlich von Rosenthal.
Dann wurden die noch nicht aktiviert. Sollen bitte aus ihren Betten aussteigen. Das ist ja schon 9:15 Uhr. Ja. Nee, 9:45 Uhr. Wird Zeit aufzustehen.
Okay.
Die sollen sich mal, die können auch noch nach Osten gehen, nach Kolm. Rennen, die sind ja jetzt noch nicht eingesehen, einfach nur für Verwirrung sorgen, auch wenn sie jetzt verheizt werden.
Okay.
Auf nach Osten.
Jawohl.
Rennen.
Und
nach Kolm.
Alle
Kolm,
anderen...
Also Pristen, über Pristen nach Kolm.
Mhm. Okay. Alle
gut,
anderen setzen den Angriff fort?
Ja, und auch so, dass meine Artillerie schießen kann. Nicht, dass sie direkt davor stehen. Wer hat das denn gesagt?
Ja, sie kommen nicht so schnell da weg.
Ja, dann sollen sie also egal, wo sie nächstes Mal anhalten, nicht in Schusslinie der Artillerie.
Okay. Alles klar.
Und ja, also die jetzt eins von den Regimentern darf ruhig wieder etwas in den Wald dann auch gehen. Auch wenn die dann halt durcheinander kommen, Richtung Probstau.
Ja. Mhm.
Der Rest auf den Feind zu. Die können die Kanonen noch einmal schießen, jetzt wo sie gerade da stehen.
Ja, das sieht, glaube ich, ganz gut aus, würde ich sagen.
Dürfen die nochmal ordentlich feuern und danach auch dem Feind hinterher. Okay. Sehr gut. Danke dir, Jan.
Jo, bitte, bitte. Have you made a decision?
Yes. So, the infantry should just reorganize out of range of the enemy infantry in the village for second attack. The artillery should concentrate fire on the infantry in the village and disregard counter-battery fire.
Okay.
The dragoons, they will remain where they are at the moment. Under my control, I will inform General Dog Pilot about this.
Mm-hmm.
I want my grenadiers to take reserve position behind the artillery.
Yes.
I have informed General Sniper, which hasn't yet replied to me, that I will take control of his grenadiers for the attack to the village, and he shall move with his cavalry to the north to face the enemy there.
Mm-hmm.
I hope he's replied to me that it's fine like this, so we will see.
Okay, so the grenadiers have the immediate orders to move out of the town?
No, they should just form up with my infantry and prepare to attack the village southeast.
Perfect, alright.
If he agrees with giving me the command, I don't know, I asked him, but he's not yet replied to me.
After all, you are the overall commander, so if you really want them, you just order them.
He's typing now, so I will see. But essentially that's the idea. So I take control of his infantry, and I wait this turn, bombard them, and then attack with all my infantry again the village.
Alright.
Okay. Thank you, Jan. And do you have an estimate of how long it's gonna take yet? More or less?
I think probably 2 more turns or so.
Okay. Yeah, should be fine. Perfect. Sorry, I'm just asking.
Yeah, no worries. All good. Let me see, did I send this message?
Is there any defense in Karvitz?
Defense in Karvitz.
Because there's hussars riding into town if it's open.
I think they have...
Unless maybe these guys spotted them, but I don't know if they would.
That's a road there, but...
They're riding down this road just to try and raise hell in the rear areas. The order they've got.
I mean, they can try, probably the...
If there's any defense there, they won't get into town. But if it's open...
I don't think so. Probably the villagers won't be happy to see them, but...
Well, but it's...
What you make out of that is up to you.
He's not there yet.
So...
I mean, there's this sort of line, I don't know if this is a... It's a wall, or what is this?
Let me just... Sorry, I'm just going to erase this line here so I can see what underneath it. Blazer? This line here. So you'll need to...
Sure, yeah.
I can't see any walls on this side of it.
No, it doesn't look so. That's the road down here.
Yeah.
Yeah, then there's nothing.
Do they get the supply depot as well then?
They should, yeah.
Okay.
Unless these hussars might see the smoke and try and intercept them, I don't know. Although they've got orders to scout aggressively and distract enemy forces in the area, basically. So...
It's funny because Dog, who has no idea where they are now, just made a joke about asking the cavalry to, wherever you are, maybe set fire to a village or something so he can see the smoke signals.
No, it's popping back up. Okay, I don't know. No fire effects then?
No fire effects? Okay.
Yeah, the block is just popping up back through the map when I move it down. But yeah, I don't know.
Should this get... should everyone on the map basically see this, or everyone in this area?
I think the smoke at least.
Yeah, the smoke will develop over the next 50 minutes. Alright.
This is also like, this unit's finally becoming relevant. It's been up at the border guard who was called down. Now it's just going to get into view of this rear area. I don't think it's going to attack anything, but it might distract KB. But no, there's nothing trying to stop his movement south.
Yeah. Alright, so we have... This cavalry is attacking the guns here, is that right? Loggy's cavalry?
Loggy's cavalry?
Who is that? Blazer, are you taking care of Loggy?
They were ordered just to basically distract enemy in this area, but presumably they charge guns if they're open. Although I don't know if they are.
Okay.
Although they said not to get in. Well, they said distract forces and scout aggressively was the phrase they used.
Well, so, I think if they see these guys sitting here waiting to countercharge them, they probably will choose. They just won't get involved.
Yeah.
Theo wants to know about how much longer we're going to be playing.
Yeah, one or two turns, I think.
Would they?
Okay, that's what
do you think these? Do you think these hussars would try and go over to this smoke signal and see what's up, or?
Well, maybe
if they
next turn, I would say.
If they go here, they go here, and they can see guns and cavalry. If they're not ordered to charge, I don't think they are. Then they'll come back here and probably look at the smoke.
Well, their orders were to distract the enemy forces in this area, which could mean charging them, but
yeah,
I don't know.
Tier 2, that's there. You're coming all around. That's to Loggy. That's to is there another courier somewhere around here? Just kind of looking for stray couriers. Hello, couriers.
I guess I'll just roll for it. See what they do. Oh, they charge. Okay, I think that means they're gonna try attack them.
Okay.
The dice have decided. So...
This battle up here, oh man.
This huge cavalry fight.
Yeah.
So, it's their max movement, so it'll probably be next turn since that's as far as they can go.
Then these guys are counter-charging, right?
So the problem is the terrain a little bit. Let's see.
Since they're there,
Although I guess it may be more like there if they're charging the artillery, but...
Sure. I mean, they're there literally to fight them, so... 3, 4,
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4... Okay.
A sniper has ignored all orders to move forward, and he's just been sitting in the back, and totally unknowingly, he has saved the entire rear of his army.
That's how Sam won his battle honors, I think. He ignored all orders, and so I think the dice I've got here, players, will be Prussian, okay? It's just so there's just a bunch of them.
Okay. And we're giving the Prussians advantage for the weight.
Wait, yeah.
So
1 hit and 3 routes.
That's nothing. Nothing. They get a route. 1 route. 2 routes.
If where's the advantage? No, it's not the case.
I mean, I guess they could distract them. I don't know.
Yeah, well, yeah. These guys are probably going to pursue, but your cavalry are lighter than the dragoons, so they're not going to catch them. They'll just keep stopping them from rallying for a while.
Yeah. Would these form a sort of rear guard since they're not completely hit?
I think the whole formation would fall back. It's lost badly. It's being pursued. It won't have a chance to stop. But at the same time, they're all faster than the dragoons, so unless they get exhausted, the dragoons can't catch them.
Yeah, I mean, even if they were the same speed, it would just be an endless chase. You know, they'd be the same distance.
So got them like I'll pull these a little bit further back. They're like this, so sort of chasing them. These guys are pulling north.
Advantage. I mean, they are heavy. Yeah. They
presumably.
I like how
that makes more sense.
Dog gave up on fighting for the hill, and pulled back, and then Logie went, "Okay, we're done. We're leaving now."
I'm in that position. They're moving back to Karwitz to find their supplies and everything burned. So
yeah, and I decided that if they've captured these guys, they need to escort them. So that squadron is just sort of escorting these prisoners north.
Yeah.
In which direction do you think this movement is going now? The Prussians have lost 3 units routed, and the Austrians 2. They all just pull back now.
Yeah, they would fall back in the direction of routing.
Okay. Then on to the next big one.
Could I do on top of this?
So they can't really go through the town, of course. Which sort of makes them fight there and there.
As always, Sam is leading from behind, so from forward. Sorry.
Wait a second.
Who is here? What have you done with Sam? I lead maturely and responsibly from the rear, pausing to rally after, to reorganize after every attack. It's been a good one. I'm glad I was able to make this one.
Gotta fill that mug back up.
So
yeah, I'm tired.
This one is gone.
This formation's a mess now. They've all spread apart.
Only advantage.
They've been marching in open order.
Hit medium and heavy only. That's a hit. No, actually on these guys. And advantage is not the case. Then we get a rout on these boys, which disrupts their comrades. And
how long do you normally wait to lift disruption?
About 1 turn if they are out of range of the enemy.
Okay, I'll pull these off then.
Versus advantage, then it's a hit. So this one is another rout. Another rout. Sam won't like that. And advantage, no, that's not the case. And as they are all running, we should roll a die for Sam. A die for Sam. So let's grab this D20. What do you think? 1 and 2 is some sort of wound, and he's all right. He survives.
I see a 1.
Okay. Well, with that attack repelled, I don't think, and there are reinforcements coming here. These guys are running again. One depot is on fire. Amentus is not able to reach. Carolingian there with his small...
Over here in the west, KB is gaining ground. I just don't think he can prosecute an attack against that prepared position with this formed body in his rear.
Yeah, I think we can call it here, right? There's
I think so.
No point to continue. Yeah. Alright, cool. That was a nice game. Let's pull everybody up. Alright, that should be everybody. We have reached a conclusion for the game. I will stream for you on the Discord. You can join the table, although it will fill up pretty quickly. It's called IKS Umpire only. The password is IKS all uppercase. Give you just a few minutes to join either the Discord stream or the table, and then we will start with the debriefing.
What's the password you say, sorry?
IKS all uppercase. All right then. So this scenario is called Bohemian Incursion. It is based loosely on a historical incursion commanded by Prince Henry of Prussia in 1759. In April, he was leading several columns of Prussian cavalry and infantry from Saxony into Bohemia to actually delay the Austrian or Habsburg summer offensive, which would have either targeted Saxony or Silesia, and the Prussians were quite effective in doing so. They faced very little resistance. They had a little skirmish up at Peterswalde, so historically this battle is called the Battle of Peterswalde, which is in the top right corner of the map, and then they faced some significant resistance at Kolm, but the enemy was forced to retire, which allowed then the Prussians to move deeply into Bohemia and destroy several depots and transport fleets on the Elbe River. So you can see a little bit of the Elbe there at Aussig in the bottom right corner of the map. And another column of Prussian forces entered Bohemia about 60 kilometers to the west of this map, and also pushed quite far to the south. And they then retired once Habsburg reinforcements arrived. So, as you can see, the Habsburg forces obviously had much more to bring and mobilize here to the battle for balancing reasons. Nevertheless, this is quite an interesting scenario, I think, because it is sort of asymmetric in the way the teams are set up and allowed to plan and coordinate, although this sort of turns around once they are committed to battle, because the Prussians are allowed to plan in advance, and then they need to decide to which mountain passes they want to use to get into the area, and once they are in contact, obviously the couriers have a long way to go, and today we saw several of them being intercepted by the enemy. For the Habsburg forces on the other side, it's sort of inverted, as they are not allowed to plan in advance. They don't know that this incursion, this invasion is coming, so they are all on garrison duty and have two columns of reinforcements entering later in the game. This time they rolled pretty well and entered on turn 3 actually, and then need to gather information and get an overview of what's going on and commit somewhere. So we had 3 Austrian, or Habsburg I should rather say, garrison commanders, one for the western part, Töplitz, one in the center here for Karwitz, and then one in the east for Aussig. And we had 2 reinforcement columns coming in, one here at Sushi and one at Tirmitz. And the Prussians, on the other hand, decided to move down this mountain pass to, let me see, one column came down here, this road, then Commander-in-Chief went down here, and where was the last one? 1, 2, 3, 2 more. None.
There was one guy staying here.
Oh yeah. One there. And I think one more over here.
Oh man, 3 armies in the north.
Yeah, and they sort of encountered this very strong position at Kolm and tried to attack it somewhat, which of course didn't work in their favor so much. So this position historically also was the main obstacle for the Prussians. And then tried to push south in this direction. But were disrupted by artillery, by cavalry charges, and by entrenched Grenses here. Pretty unfortunate roles for the Prussians, I must say. And with Sam under command of the cavalry reinforcement wing, going a very long route, as Sam does, arriving here in the rear of the enemy. We thought it looked quite well for the Habsburg forces, but as you can see, the charge failed and was countercharged by Prussian dragoons to quite some effect, and they are, even though there are more reinforcements coming in here, this is a difficult situation for both sides, really. I mean, the Prussians have some fresh grenadiers and they have the stronger battery here, but there are forces all around them, even because they have sort of left column alone.
Quick question. Those 4 batteries, did they hit anything through the entire game?
Those batteries did hit some cavalry and some infantry, but funnily enough, the counter battery fire had no effect here.
Very last turn, they turned their guns on the city right there, Neudorfel, and finally started racking up the casualties.
All right. In the west, I think there was delaying action by the Habsburgs, and the Prussians pushed onwards to Töplitz. However, Töplitz is a walled city and has now also entrenched forces there, so it will be very hard to take this depot down there.
Every gate barricaded except the gate to the southeast, by specific orders from the commander.
Yeah, and then we have still the Habsburg forces here at Kirchlitz, reinforced by grenadiers and stuff in their flank, so they are threatened here. I think there's these Prussians, they fought very well against the Habsburgs, but the Habsburg forces delayed them effectively to entrench Töplitz furthermore, so there's that. And the interesting thing here in the center, I believe, was this movement of the Prussians who eventually ended up over here, doing some delaying actions against Armentis, who brought up this reinforcement infantry column to Suburleben and to here, and then sort of tried to circle around and reach the Prussians, who simply evaded him all the time. And Armentis also tried to sort of coordinate the situation. I think he had quite a number of dispatches going in and out, but we've talked about that during the battle already. There was a point where it basically was too late for him to change plans and sort of move over to Kolm or directly to the west. I mean, the plan was now to push the enemy over to the west, so I think that's sort of a good decision there, although the situation in the east is a bit precarious. We must say that this game, for the first time, and I've run this scenario, one of the depots actually was set on fire by a single squadron of Hussars here in Karwitz. Yes.
Oh, dang.
I did say
yes.
I'm very proud. I just met the Hussars of the region. They did something.
All right. Okay. So
you may notice the other block of Hussars is over here with captured infantry.
Yeah, indeed. All right. So I took care of Ido and Armentis this game. I've talked about Armentis a little bit already. I think well played. Information flow was really active there, and that was good. Sending over the reinforcements to the west was also a necessary and good decision. And then, yeah, the situation that you were obviously too slow to move in a somewhat deployed order and catch up with the Prussians. There was nothing you could do about that. So that was all right. I think Ido also tried to coordinate very well there. Unfortunately, some of the dispatches that were sent to the west were intercepted because of enemy troops all around there. Yeah, I mean, that was solid play. It was really unfortunate how this situation here is at Auschine played out for you. I think maybe you should have committed to an assault earlier. That would have been one option, but other than that, I don't think there's anything really, I would say, was misplayed. All right, so we will now go through the umpires first, and then through the players. So let's see. Blazer, do you want to start?
Sure. I was umpiring for KB and Loggy. I guess I'll start with KB. I think they did pretty well. They came down. Let me just. They came down, I think, this road, and then formed up here. They did lose one of the ply wagons to a cavalry raid, but they've still got two. I think they'll be fine. But the Austrians spotted delaying action, and they pursued the Austrians down to here, and they're now approaching top blitz, although they probably won't be able to take it anytime soon. My one critique might be that they moved almost entirely in line through these forests, which slowed them down quite a lot and sort of made the formation more scattered. I can see why you did it with the threat of Austrian cavalry and infantry, so it's understandable, but it did slow you down quite a lot and mess with the shape of your formation here. Yeah, I think that's more or less it. Yeah, although I don't know if you'd be able to take top blitz with this potential counterattack here. Although you do outnumber them, so we'll see. Well, we won't, but yeah. And as for logging, let me just change my. I think you generally did fairly well. You concentrated most of your force around these hills, which is a very good defensive position. Your hussars launched a couple attacks here and got beaten back every time. But I mean, that's just dice rolls, that's not really a command decision. You did lose your supply wagons to a cavalry attack, and you sort of fortified in this hill. And now you're basically withdrawing to find your village, a burned village. Yeah, I think withdrawing is probably the correct decision in this situation. Just this position's, if you look at where the line goes, it's sort of, I don't know, something like that. It's a big sort of cauldron, and you've already been outflanked like twice. So I think withdrawing is a smart situation, even though you are abandoning good defensible ground. I think the risk of being encircled is too great. But yeah, I think that's more or less it. I'll hand over to whoever's next.
Alright, that would be Justin, I think.
Okay, thank you. I had Dogpilot and I had Crusader, so I'll start with Dogpilot. Dogpilot was coming down, I believe, this road. Yeah, this road here. I actually get my pen out. This road here, and he initially was a bit cautious with spotting a few hussars near the post house, which is more than fair, because you're just going, okay, I'm invading, what are they going to do? So we had a full delay. Possibly you could have hammered through column before Logie brought all his troops up there, but I don't have too many issues with stopping and just making sure of your lines until you knew who's coming up on your right and you linked up with Edo. Then forming on the hill, you made the right call. I think most of that was correct in the centre. That the Grenadiers were initially on the hill to resist an attack which didn't come. Then you saw artillery coming, so you moved them behind the hill and denied the artillery a target. You didn't throw your cavalry into their teeth, but you sent them round both flanks. Your dragoons got taken over, to good effect, mind you, by Edo to support his guns on to the east. And to the west, your cuirassiers and your hussars managed to ride down the enemy hussars and wipe out their their supply train, which was good. It meant that if you had a sustained infantry to attack with, which you didn't, you probably could have run their enemy and try and overrun them. But I think you made the right choice to, you'd done all you could around them. You'd gotten in behind them. They were still there. They were still in good wooded terrain. You tried it in with grenadiers, but they managed to repel you, and then you went, okay, well, there's nothing there I need to fight for. I don't need to bleed my cavalry and infantry trying to take those hills, so I'm not going to. And so you left, and that was absolutely the right choice there, to go and reinforce the main force here. You lost track of your hussars, which worked out rather well. They rode down. There was a reinforcement column of infantry double timing up the road, and the hussars managed to catch them double timing in road column, and wiped out one block and captured the other one, which is what happened up here. And then they got your order to raise havoc in the enemy's rear area, and so one squadron of hussars went wandering south, found Karwitz open and set fire to it. Crusader, and bonus points to Crusader for starting the first few rounds with Breakfast Simulator, for having an extended breakfast, and because you had no reasonable way to know anything was happening, you continued enjoying your breakfast until you got word. And then once you got word, you immediately set out. You basically, it felt like a bit of a pattern moment. Like, as soon as you get word that something's happening, you immediately get everything in gear. You know everything's scattered, you got everything moving together, and then even though you had very, very little, you were up at Tishar with a squadron, or I think you had a regiment by the time, most of a regiment by the time you got there, and you were facing the full might of KB's army. And yeah, you avoided getting caught in close combat, you just harassed him as best you could, and you bought a lot of time heading south. So Topos was well fortified. You managed to get infantry from Armenthus and get set up around Kirklitz. I don't know. I still think maybe the Prussians could have hammered into Toplitz, but you did everything you reasonably could to make sure they couldn't, up to and including having a body in their rear to make it hard for them to concentrate. And your last reserve, this one squadron of hussars that was way up on the border at Nicholasburg at the start, was finally showing up near the end, coming in behind the enemy's rear. So I think well played from both of you. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Next one is Nick.
Yes, I was taking care of Sam and Kero. So I will start with Sam, and Sam did what Sam is used to do. It means running around the enemy and attacking from behind. So he did. Wait. He did something like this. Yep. Okay, so all around the enemy. And well, basically it was successful because he was undetected. The only thing is that at the end, the last step was not successful because unfortunately for him, there was enemy cavalry here, and his charge was repelled by the Prussians. But from a, let's say, strategical point of view, it worked again. He was able to move around the enemy. So yeah, I mean, when you see Sam in the list of player, watch for your back. That's the only advice I can give you. Now regarding Kero was moving here. He made maybe a wrong choice at the beginning by putting his infantry at the back of the column. So he was stopped here by some Grancers for some times, losing time to bring forward his infantry. When he arrived in Koppel, he could see some enemy infantry. I think it was somewhere here and here. And he has decided to stick to the plan, which was to move and to meet with EB. So he has made a retreat up to here. So he was not involved in any fight or any big fight, but at the same time, he managed to draw behind him this Austrian and these Austrian troops. That's all for me.
All right, and then Tunisgrad.
Yeah, so I had Sniper and Theo as players, and Sniper, I believe this was his first time, and I thought he did a great job. Both players played relatively conservatively with the forces they had, and it I believe worked out for both of them in the end. Sniper was coming up here down this road and decided fairly early on to deploy his dragoons to hold this crossroads up here and push the rest of his forces forward, captured Rotny, and kept his dragoons behind even when I thought maybe he should have pulled them up. I told him a few times, hey, if your dragoons move down this road, they might help these guys, they might do this. But he insisted on leaving them behind, almost as if he knew that Sam was coming around with his own cavalry force to attack the rear of the Prussian lines, and it was Sniper, seemingly with foreknowledge, leaving his dragoons there as a rear guard that I think saved the rear of the Prussian army there at the end with that counter charge to Sam's charge. So he, deserves some credit for that. Theo deployed quite a large force up here on this hill, on Stresovitz Hill, and in this city of Deutsch Nordorfel, which I'll never be able to pronounce, and held at bay a much larger Prussian force. I think at one point there were 12 infantry units trying to capture the city that was being held by 4 artillery batteries here you can see firing on this one. The artillery did a lot of damage to the infantry. The infantry in the city was firing back, really gave the Prussians hell, and several times Theo said, I should probably pull my forces back. And even when I was trying to prod him ahead, say, your officers are telling you they're really itching for a fight, he didn't let his emotions get the better of him and held that hill and kept the Prussians at bay. So I think both Sniper and Theo deserve quite a bit of credit for what they did.
All right, thank you. Let me follow this up with one observation, maybe. So, as you might have found out, the cavalry. So, first of all, infantry movement during this time period is a difficult task, at least once they are deployed. That is very slow movement. Both armies have introduced cadence marching already, but the Habsburgs only did that a few years ago, so they are not really used to it, and you can see that throughout the whole 7 Years' War they really have issues to move their armies once they are deployed. The Prussians are a bit quicker with this because they have introduced it about 30 years ago, so but still this is not like moving around Napoleonic brigades in a very agile, mobile way, so it's still linear combat. And regarding the cavalry in this time, most of the armies in the 7 Years' War really have a huge part of cavalry compared to infantry, mostly 2-1, because the cavalry is so important to protect the flanks of the army. As I said, moving the infantry around is a tough thing. They can't really quickly redeploy to face any sudden threat from the flank, so they need the cavalry to take care of that. And the Habsburg cavalry is mainly made of light horse, so hussars and all that, which are good to roam the countryside and harass the enemy, but are not good to charge. And luckily for us, the dice sort of showed that today with this repeated charge against this position here, a light horse against heavy horse, and then also Sam's attack, although he had some dragoons with him, I think. Also, fun fact, there are some sources telling us that the dragoons, which at this point in time still carried like normal muskets, the Habsburg dragoons seem to have fired their muskets before they charged in from horseback. That is quite interesting. All right, so let's go over to the side commanders and maybe start with the Prussians. So, Ado, what do you have to tell us about this battle?
Yes. I'm on my phone. Can you hear me? I'm not sure. Okay, perfect. I don't know if I can draw something on the map. Let me see. Change color. No. I'm stuck with the gray.
Can you not change the color? Should be down here.
I can only access the gray, so wait. Click. Change color.
At the far side of the table?
No.
Let me see, I can...
Because they're a spectator.
Okay,
I'll just assign you one. There you go.
Okay, just give me 1 second. So, blue. Okay, so, as you knew, we're deploying 1 unit there. 3 units there and 1 top of north. So the idea was to come down sniper from the north like this. I will come via this way to the center and dog pilot like this. And then we would have Caro there and KB from this side. The idea was to concentrate our forces as much as possible, so do not stay spread out and vulnerable to enemy attacks, let's say single-handed. The idea was to have us forcing in this direction and securing this hill, which would have gave us, let's say, an advantageous position to attack either, how it's called, Karwitz or the Aussig. And as for the forces in the west, the orders were for KB to cross the mountains and then move towards Caro and essentially take position here. Which actually didn't happen, happened the opposite, so essentially is Caro who moved towards KB, which left essentially our forces in the east, let's say a bit alone. I kept telling to Dog Pilot, which was around Kolm, that he will get support from the west. I hoped he will get support from the west, but essentially never happened. And as for how we handled the situation, let's say here in the east, I've been lacking quite a lot of informations. I've been I kept asking for a situation report of what was going on in Kolm, which I never got. And I never knew about SEM forces in the northeast until I actually saw them with my eyes. So, as a, let's say, improvement point for us, I would say more communication and provide more detailed information about how the battle is going and the position of enemy troops. We are in a pretty bad position here with enemy forces on 3 sides, so I have no idea how that would have evolved if we continue the battle. Well done to the enemy. They definitely hold us fine. And yeah, I would say that's it from my side. I don't know if you have any questions or something for me.
All right, thank you very much. And then let's continue for now with let's switch over to Amentis, maybe, to the overall commander of the Habsburg side next.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, then. I think in this scenario the Austrian commander must make a central decision at the very beginning of the game. He can decide to enter a different point of the map. Once is near in the center, once is near to Töplitz, and the other one near to Aussig. And I think my first decision in principle has a lot to do with the final result. I have decided to set up in Woodland. This was more of a central, one of the more central entry points. And from there I was able to get dispatches and information from Töplitz and Karwitz pretty quick. But the obvious disadvantage is that I will get less information from the eastern side, from the eastern theater, from Aussig. However, since the terrain near Aussig seemed more defendable with all the mountains and hills, I decided to set up in the center. Overall, I have to say we had a very good information flow. I was aware early on that the Prussians were moving in the broad front, which was in retrospect a slight misjudgment because I had reports from all Prussian columns, but I was not aware where they had their focus, where they have centered all their troops. Yeah, I had problems recognizing their focus. As Jan has already summarized, I started to get hints about the more precarious situation in the east when I was already too far into the west. So I have ordered a retreat from Column to protect Karwitz, but it was obviously too late. In retrospect, I would say Sam's charge definitely bought us a lot of time to organize a retreat to Orsig. After this, I concentrated to bind and crush all the existing Prussian forces at my front and pushed them to the west. So overall, I'm very positively surprised by the current situation. I thought we were just about to lose our entire left wing. I thought the enemy is near Aussig, but luckily this is not the case. And I was even not hoping for such a good condition of our troops in the east. They are in good status and ready to flank the Prussians. So really high praise to all my commanders, and thanks for playing, thanks for umpiring.
All right, thank you very much. Then let's continue just chronological order here down the Discord. Next would be Crusader then, please.
So, I was commanding the Habsburg garrison around the area of Teplitz. I initially had the first report after I think 2 turns. I stayed in Teplitz because I basically assumed that if anybody wanted to contact me, that is where they would send the dispatches, which I think it makes sense. I didn't think the Prussians would come through this area because it is a lot of just a bunch of wooded hills, which doesn't really allow for their regulars to be used to the fullest extent. But after I got the first message, and after I rode up and saw the 16 squadrons of enemy cavalry, my only and one mission was to delay them, to buy time for the Teplitz garrison to barricade the gates and prepare for an assault.
All right. Very good. So next one then is Dogpilot.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh my. Sorry for shouting there, got a bit too excited for a second. I was very happy with my hussars, I'm sorry. I came down. I think I probably spent a bit too much time on that cavalry wing at Meter. Well, yeah, Meter it is. But otherwise, I don't see anything wrong with what I did.
Right.
It was extremely fun. Thanks.
You're a little bit choppy. Am
I?
Loud, yeah.
Let me check. I shouldn't be having lag issues, so.
Yeah, no, it's good. All right.
Yeah, but thanks for umpiring the game.
Thank you very much for playing.
Umpiring the other players, yeah.
Right, next one would be Loggy then.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
I was the Austrian commander in the center sector. And basically, before any Prussians even appeared on the table, I basically saw that I was way too spread out to do anything useful. So I decided to concentrate between Pristin and Karwitz, just to see if they came down in the northeast, kind of down to Rautny, then I could basically get everyone on that ridgeline in Kolm and refuse that gap. And if they came down the center in force, then I could either hold Karwitz or retreat to the high ground to the east of me. And, well, as it turned out, the Prussians came down in quite a few columns. But the first one that I knew of was the one that ended up attacking Kolm. I think that was Dogpilot, mainly.
Det was mine.
And, yeah, so I basically... Exactly that column. So I basically rushed all forces that I had to defend those hills in Kolm, and I tried to hold there for as long as the attack came, pretty much. Now, in retrospect, I probably concentrated a bit too much and left the enemy cavalry pretty much free rein to run circles around me, quite literally in one case. And I lost my supply wagon there. Now, yeah, that was very good defensible ground, and I think I could have held that for quite a while, and I assumed that the Prussians really would try to crack that position open to kind of join lines of communication for their entire force, because I was pretty much in the way of that. And then they decided to abandon that attack. I wasn't quite sure if that was just a feint at first, so I stayed there for perhaps a bit too long, and well, then I realized that my forces wouldn't be able to do anything useful there anymore, and I ordered a retreat back to Karwitz to help out Theo. But apparently that came quite a bit too late, since the enemy marauding cavalry had already reached Karwitz before I could.
All right, thank you. Next would then be Sam, please.
Well, I entered the map from Tibet, and I got very early some dispatches about the Russian forces being in Opni, and so I quickly decided to just do. I knew that there was the garrison that would probably hold the line for me to do my flanking move. But surprisingly, there was some Russian cavalry waiting for me. I didn't expect the Prussians to have so much cavalry in the sector, or them to be somewhere else and not facing northeast. But yeah, most of my game was just marching and then one charge at the end. But yeah, it was quite fun.
Alright, thank you. Then Sniper, I know, has no microphone. If you want to write anything about your experience in the general chat, you're welcome to do that. And then we have eventually Theo.
I have not much to say, except that I successfully holded an entire Prussian army with only 2 units and 1 artillery. Which I was holding this town here. I couldn't help in calling. I apologized because I was quite occupied with the whole Prussian army. You know, you understand. Yeah, but yeah, I was just holding and quite successfully. I was plaguing my allies to send reinforcements because I knew I couldn't long for too long. But yeah, reinforcements came right at the perfect time. That's it.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, very interesting to see how this scenario plays out. I think we have run it now for the 3rd time or so, plus some testing games before that on a smaller scale. And what I think was a good decision by the Prussians in this to keep 3 of their wings sort of close together unfortunately the plan didn't play out to sort of connect with the Western forces or bring the Western forces to concentrate in the east. The Austrians, on the other hand, sort of had the same issue. I mean, Amentis already reported about that, what happened here in the center. I think what I would like to see in the future iterations of this scenario is for the Habsburg players to put more of an emphasis in concentrating somewhere. I mean, Colm is a natural defensive position, of course, and it also helped very much to disrupt the information flow from the east to the west and vice versa. But other than that, I think all the Habsburg players are sort of operating, even though there was quite some information flow this time, operating on their own, and didn't really sort of found one place where they wanted to face the Prussians. So that might be something to think about, especially concerning that the infantry and stuff are moving so slowly in this time, at least when they are deployed. And it's sort of a dangerous thing to move them in marching columns in the face of the enemy. That's not going to play out here. All right, so any more thoughts on how the game went, or how your first experience was, if it was your first game? See, his sniper's writing was pretty lost and misread the map. Yes, that's the map is sometimes hard to read.
I think instead of reinforcing, I should have just sent my grenadiers to join Edo, and then just taken all my cuirassiers to go do the same thing my hussars did.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just in retrospective. I didn't think of that mid game, so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a concentrated grenadier push against Deutsch Neudörfel or this artillery position would have been a good thing to do, yes.
Or more accurate, no, my idea was give up the grenadiers for their line and take my cavalry, which is, there's enough cavalry in this sector and the hills are untakeable with cavalry anyway.
Yeah.
And I should have just, when I was around their line, I should have just continued with I should have just gotten my commander across as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good point.
Yeah, I think my main mistake was to assume for too long that my position in Colm was going to be the focal point of the enemy attack, and then that attack just failed to materialize, and I basically was just doing a great big standing around thing and couldn't really help out anywhere. So yeah, that...
You were in a very good defensive position, and the more pressure he put on you, the more you had to, the more you tightened in on that hill, and then until it got basically untakeable. And at that point, Dopart went, "Hang on a second, I don't think I can take that. At least not with that lot of artillery and a lot of infantry, but also it's just a hill. I don't need to take that. I'm going to go help my commander, and the cavalry I've lost track of behind your lines will." He ordered them to kill to harass whatever they could coming up that road, which is where they jumped on your reinforcements, and then just to go raise havoc in your rear area. And he just lost track of them at that stage, but to good effect.
Yeah, I think in retrospect, I should have retreated to that hill a bit further south, right to the north of Karditz.
The other one north of Nordorf, that little, yeah, I see the one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should have retreated to that one basically as soon as the pressure let off, but I just was afraid that whenever I left that hill, they were going to jump me. So yeah, I waited with that for a bit too long, and also kind of failed to control my rear lines.
Well, you tried. Your cavalry collected, but just as Dogpart was weak in infantry, you were weaker in cavalry.
Yeah.
Which meant you chose your ground well.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd say for the first time, I think it wasn't bad.
Yeah, I think this was well played by all the players.
Yeah, was really fun. Thanks. I think I had a very good first experience in this, thanks to, well, all the players and all the umpires.
Great to hear, thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Question.
Sure.
Who won?
Who won? I would say this is...
Umpires won.
The umpires won, yeah. A strategic victory for the Habsburgs. I mean, they lost
1-0.
one depot, of course, but delayed the enemy and prevented them from converging onto the main depots at Aussig and Töplitz. Aussig would also have been a good point to destroy some ships. So I would think that's the case. I don't know if this is a tactical sort of victory for the Prussians. I'm not so sure about that.
I'll say I have run this, I think, one game less than Jan has. I've assisted in them, and I'd say that this is despite the numbers issue, the Habsburgs engaged the Prussians much more northerly than I've seen before. Regardless of whether they had the strength or not, they didn't just see the Prussians and then pull back. They sat on the Prussians' nose. I mean, like, Crusader was harassing the Prussians under KB, despite having a fraction of their strength. He couldn't do very much to them, but he could keep harassing them and slowing them down. And yeah, all across the line, the major engagements were much further north than I've seen before.
Oh yeah, I did send like 6 hussars in the northeast just to harass and slow them down for reinforcements to come in. They did survive, that's all I know.
They eventually made their way back.
Yeah, look.
At the end of the day,
right
they were matters.
Yeah.
That's still the one from the beginning.
Yeah.
Just extrapolating from here, but maybe I'm seeing things, but if we let this run on, could Armanthus kind of just continuing on west cut off the Prussian retreat?
Probably
or
so,
are there
yeah.
too many in the way?
He has the strength to do it, but then the question is, like, the Prussian strength is more concentrated, which he may be able to punch out. Like, he may not be able to focus on Toplitz and reduce it with Crusaders' force here in the rear. But if Armanthus gets across his line of communication, he probably has the strength to punch out west, east or north, or west and up this way.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, Armanthus moving west would make certain that KB couldn't complete his attack on Toplitz.
No.
We could make a second battle, like the Austrians successfully created an army and invaded. What's the name of the land? Austerlitz.
Saxony. Saxony.
Yeah, is it Saxony?
Where do you want to go? Up north?
Yeah, to Prussia.
Yeah, up north here is Saxony right now. Yeah.
So yeah, next game, the Austrians invading Saxony.
The Saxon incursion.
Yeah.
Alternate history.
Just straight to belly with 500 hussars.
Yeah.
I mean, I think in 59 they invaded Silesia again then. I mean, delayed for 2 months or so because of the lack of supplies, but they did.
If you find a good map, Jan will make it happen.
Yeah, probably.
Nice. Yeah, I don't know the exact date, but there was an actual raid on Berlin by,
yes,
I believe, about the regiment of hussars.
Yeah. That's quite a story, yeah. They actually, stole a lot of money there from Berlin. It was quite fun. All right. Well, thank you everybody for playing. Thanks to all my assistant umpires today. I think the game went fairly smoothly. Believe we played for, what did I say? So we have 1 hour of debriefing, 45 minutes of setup, planning stuff. So about 3 hours, and we played from in-game, what's that? From 700 to 1000 almost, so that's quite good. I'm glad.
Nice game. I liked it.
Hey, good game.
Yeah, good game to
Thank
everybody.
you, everyone. Thank you to Empires, definitely.
Definitely.
It was fun.
Great. Thank you very much. If everybody wants to write an after action report or so, let me know. Otherwise, I will probably remove access to your player channel soon so that we can use them again. And yeah, hope to see you soon in another game.
Bye, guys. Enjoy.
Bye bye.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
Uh,
People left so quickly.
Yeah, they do. Someone is searching for the depots.
No.
There's another one in the west at Ullersdorf. Small one. And at Tillmans.
So I just like good maps, you know. There's your aftermap screenshot.
Yeah. It's a bit hard to see the units on the map, unfortunately, but...
Oh, you can do this. Highlight.
That's true. Or if one would select them, yeah, select them then would work, but I don't think you can select all game pieces at once. No, there's a limit for how many you can select.
and you can't really tell who's who that way as well.
Yeah, that's right.
You can just tell where stuff is.
Let's do it like so, and I will stick that together.
I really like having those objectives on the map. Makes the game more focused, you know?
Yeah, I was thinking about secret objectives for each player again, but I don't know, it's a bit tough for this sort of scenario. I think there's already enough to struggle with.
Make one player betray the rest, come on. You need a good betrayal.
Yeah.
You really need a good betrayal.
Alrighty.
Can I save this game somehow? The umpire screen?
I can promote you, then you should be able to save the game.
This would be even better than taking a screenshot now.
Yeah, I might do that as well. Do we have a folder for it? 7 Years War.
I actually think this is one of the best scenarios I've played. It was my first, and I think it's still the best scenario.
You haven't played the Jersey scenario though.
Yeah, I've not. Yeah. I have not watched the stream, and hopefully, maybe we're getting a play-by-post game running.
Yeah, I think we will. I will ask some more folks to join in who might be interested.
We only need 1 or 2 more, I think. We already have.
I think we need at least 3. Best would be 5.
I might be interested in a jersey play-by-post, if that's what you're...
Yeah, it will be in German though. That's a bit of an problem.
Yeah.
So it's always a tough decision here where to place your reinforcements. There's always the risk of them never being able to fight and never get their value into the combat. So, I mean, you can roll the dice and place in either in Turplitz or Aussig. Then you will have one flank who's absolutely winning, but you risk to be completely overrun on the other flank. Setting them up in the middle, you have to find the enemy. You have the risk of them never being able to fight.
Yeah, that's right.
And then I decided to somewhat more going to the west because I hope that the hills will give a defensive advantage to Aussig. But I fail to understand that the Prussians have had their center, their most forces to the east. I thought they were evenly split up, that they have 3 equal columns.
What I always think when I see this, I mean, this is obviously from umpire view and all that, but the Habsburgs could give up, which they always tend to do anyways, the depot in Ullersdorf on the far west.
Yeah.
And then sort of, I mean, Töplitz is easily defendable, sort of have a screen going along the main road to the east, and then have this strong position from Kolm and then the Strusowitz hills to protect Aussig and Karwitz, and probably also Sobotleben and the rear depots at Türmitz and Modlan there. So somewhere in this area should be the main deployment for the Austrians. Although I can see why this maybe does not happen. I mean, the hills are also tough to deploy an army on, and they provide some defensive ground to cover this road and cover this road here, so maybe that's what tempts the Austrians to just let it happen, whatever happens there in the east. Because I think the game before we also saw the Habsburg reinforcements marching over here. Yeah, I think that was about the same, and one time they marched down to Töplitz actually.
Yeah, initially I wanted them to be on the chaussee and react to which flank was pressured the most, but then I encountered enemy forces.
No.
Then I thought it would be an even split, that only some light troops were on the east and the west, and I would be facing some of them in the middle. And then I was a little bit too defensive. I could have immediately attacked them, and maybe they were not able to evade to the west. The screening in the woods north to Sobotleben, I don't know how it would view from the umpire perspective, but maybe I could be more aggressive in this situation.
Yeah, maybe, although, I mean, it's a tough spot you put in with the information and all that you have to process and make a decision.
Yeah, but I think what the commanders in the flanks did pretty well was not losing their forces one by one to the Prussian advance.
Yeah.
they did a really good, and annoying retreat, slowing them down.